one hopes.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Sunday nights here on the channel. Oh, and Tesla breaks the green screen.
She does. She does.
does
That's power cat.
We are playing some Romance of the Blue Rose. We are trying to figure out why Roll20 sound isn't working, but okay. I'll fix that in a minute. And I am your friendly neighborhood Prex. Welcome to the channel, and I'm going to go around, let my players introduce themselves, say who they are, what's going on, and how you know, we'll dive right deep into it. So let's start with hey Pooja, how you doing? How you feeling?
Hello. Hey everybody, I'm Pooja. I am feeling good and excited. It's always nice to not sit around and think about the Monday scaries and instead be a part of this wonderful game with some fantastic people. Makes me look forward to my Sunday evenings instead of dread them. So I'm very happy to be here. And so is Delme. For those wondering, both of our pronouns are she, her.
Yep. And thank you again, Pooja. And then, of course, we don't have a Cecilia tonight. Hoping that Alyssa will feel better soon and we'll see her next week. But until then, next up, hey Trooper, how you doing? How's things going?
I am Trooper SJP, and I'm doing well. I just was like, wait, like I had planned to say the thing, and then the minute you called on me, I was like, oh, I just lost all the thoughts in my brain. And I was gonna say something because then Pooja said something, and I was like, oh, that's funny. And then I should say this thing, that'll be funny too. And then I just lost it. So I'm Trooper SJP, and I'm here, and I've put the host up, and I'm happy to be here, and I love everybody. And right, I am playing Russ. That's what I was like, I had to introduce my character. I'm playing Russ Russet, the Rhyhawk, which is a psychic hawk, red-shouldered hawk, and Russ's pronouns are he, him.
Oh, thank you. Very important things. And then next up, hey Lindy, how are you?
Hi, that's me. I'm here, and I'm mostly coherent. I'll be playing Ritka Sokolov, she, her, for both of us. And, you know, she had a question at the end of the last game. And, you know, maybe we'll get some answers to maybe just many questions in general. I don't know. We'll see.
There was a question. There were a number of questions at the end of last session, but Ritka's was a very important question. Leading us to Simon. Hey Simon, how are you? How we doing?
Hi. Is my microphone on?
Yes.
Cool. I'm Simon. He, him. I'm good today. It's been a rather lazy Sunday. I'm playing Vishard, he, him as well, and who probably will not have a lazy day today. We'll see how things work out.
I mean, it could be a lazy day. I mean, last session well, there was a confrontation with a member of the Sovereign's Finest where you threatened to break into his brain just for him doing his job. And then you knocked him unconscious and flew him 40 miles away on the back of, and just, like, left him unconscious in the middle of nowhere. Tied up.
That's just not in my notes. That's weird.
It's okay. It's in mine.
Oh.
And then Cecilia had a conversation with Raoul about the fact that she threatened to break into a guy's mind just for him doing his job, and really caused a slight, we might even say, emotional turmoil might have happened. Actually, extensive emotional turmoil for Cecilia that led to Delme freaking the fuck out over the emotional breakdown that Cecilia was going through. Admittedly, Delme was having a slightly interesting day after she spoke to her mother 35 years before, whole 10 years before she's even born. So interesting things all around. But we ended with the group together. Vishard trying to attempting to comfort Cecilia and address their complicated emotional relationships, and then there was smooching. But the most important end, as we dive back into this, is we're going to frame this out appropriately. You're in an open, rolling plains, wind kind of rustling the long grasses, the sun setting to the west, glinting, reflecting just barely off the green that you can see in front of you. Then there was the 2 wolves and a bear, a wyvern, 2 Kurnish guests raising an eyebrow, as in the center you had Cecilia and Vishard kissing as Delme and Ritka looked on, and Ritka had a question she asked. Believe.
Because Rika didn't want, like, Delme had a weird look on her face, and so she came over and gave a hug, and while during the hug, it was just like, quietly, just so Delme could hear. I was like, well, if you're feeling left out, we could kiss too. Like, just leaving that open.
And to kind of to bring back why Delme was feeling weird was because she was standing right there when Cecilia and Bashar started making out and attempted to Homer Simpson backwards, except there was no bush. It was just, I think she Homer Simpson
Just
back into
Ritka.
the wyvern, and
Yeah.
then Ritka was like, "Oh,
Here, I'll let you
Here.
hide here."
And then Delme, not expecting that offer from Ritka, looks over and says, it would have been better if we were on the wyvern watching the sunrise, but
Yeah. Next
know.
time, we could.
next time,
Yeah.
now, up to you.
Uh,
Maybe we shouldn't step on their moment.
just leans in when you said next time. Now, that's okay.
Oh, okay. as Delve's like, we shouldn't step on their whoa. Oh, okay. And unfortunately, our Kurnish friends are still left out of.
Yeah, they've been included in many other things in the past. They're okay.
Also, there's 2 of them. They don't need us.
Yeah, that's also true.
Yes. So what you see is, so with the camera, we're going to have that drone panning shot that circles around over this setup, is you have this moment of Russ, who I believe had just left being held by Cecilia so that Cecilia could talk with Vishard.
I was on Cecilia's shoulder.
You did, but you left when
Yes,
when Vishard.
I'm just saying she wasn't holding me.
Oh.
I was just perched on her shoulder.
Yes, and
different.
you were perched on his shoulder and having very interesting conversations with someone you hadn't spoken to in 35 years.
Who was the call?
Let me
was
rephrase
not
that.
for me.
Let me rephrase that. You were hanging up on somebody you hadn't spoken to in 35 years.
Right, because timeline stuff. Call wasn't for me. It was for the other me. Wires were crossed.
So you had flown up. We have this panning shot, probably from Russ's viewpoint, of Vishard and Cecilia kissing, and just to the side of them, Delme and Ritka kissing, and then the 2 wolves kind of looking on and having that like canine quasi-judging look that dogs do when you do weird stuff. Because I guarantee wolves have that same look in their face. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. I'm sure.
Ragnar the bear has kind of settled himself and is just kind of sitting, waiting what the hell is going on. You 2-legged people are being very strange at the moment. The Fedor and Dmitri are kind of leaning against Carnage watching this whole thing happening. And Vashard, just as you pull back a little bit, Cecilia will pass out.
Oh no.
Oh.
Oh.
I would call the medic, but that's Cecilia. I mean, I'm gonna catch her.
Wait, sorry. I need to ask. Who was holding the call? Because it wasn't Russ. Was it Cecilia
Delme.
or was it Delme?
No,
Okay.
Delme. Remember, Cecilia got pulled out of the call.
Thank you. Because I was like, ooh, that'd be terrible. Oh no, call drops. There's something wrong with the signal. I think it was a storm.
Well, I mean, it seems weird to be in even the person's head who you're making out with, let alone in the heads of people who are making out with each other.
Did you just drop the call?
Oh, I think as soon as Cecilia and Vashard went at it, W immediately as part of the
Like,
drop that call. She's like, I don't want to be in here anymore.
Then Russ, of course, gives his kia because he does not have vocal cords like you do and cannot speak with you in human, in two-legged sort of speech, and is not in a call. And so like just as this kia when Cecilia drops.
Yeah, and then like you lose all of us.
Yeah.
So, Vashard, because you're literally already holding her, catching her is not going to be a problem. What do the other two do?
I think seeing that like out of the peripheral, you're just like, what? Oh no. Oh? Like first Frick is like, was it that good? Or is there something medical going on? I don't why is she fainted? Just like the look on her face. Delme, you're medical trained, right?
A little bit, yes.
Is it
conscious?
Can I take a look?
Yeah. Are you just gonna, like, intelligence healing, or are you going to do something else?
Well, I have healing as a power. I don't have it as a focus. I'm a novice in healing, so I have cure, but I don't have healing as a focus. I could just do an intelligence roll.
You can just roll an intelligence.
Okay.
With an 11, it's not like there's anything obviously physical wrong. She doesn't have any temperature. Her pulse rate is okay. She's not bleeding from anywhere. You know.
I don't see anything obviously wrong, but
Is it the disease?
fang sickness?
I do not
Or
think
what
that's how that
disease?
works. Fang sickness, at least.
No.
Unless you... Yeah, no.
I mean, I think she might just need rest. She was acting strange and panicky and about everything that's going on, and kept talking about her need for caffeine, so maybe it's something more than just caffeine. Maybe, I don't know, maybe she's dehydrated?
I pull up a call between all of us. It actually works this time. Hey,
Hi, Russ.
Is everyone, you're looking at Cecilia, how is she doing?
Unconscious.
She is unconscious, but not injured or actively dying, from what I can tell.
Could she have been attacked by someone? Could you check?
Can I guess, roll second sight to see if I can see?
Mm-hmm.
Is it second sight?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll do that. That's a 16.
I mean, you can see, like, the remnants of multiple psychic contacts, but that's not surprising. You've had psychic contact on and
Yeah.
off this whole time.
Yeah.
there's no one actively attacking her. There's nothing.
Okay. There's no sketchy thread suddenly emanating from her the way they are from other members of our
Nope.
party.
No.
Was that some shade?
Perhaps she just got so emotional that all the emotions made her black out.
I think she might have just been overwhelmed and
Yeah, Rika totally
in-
knows how emotions work.
in dire need of a nap.
I don't think that's how people work.
I don't either,
No?
but it was very much like a Victorian, like, oh.
Okay.
Actually, it kind of did look like that, even.
Is your corset too tight? Like, what's happening?
Might
I'm
want to
just-
loosen it just in case.
Just
Okay.
a little
Breathing.
concerned about her. That's all.
She's alive and stable, and from what I can tell, she's not bleeding or injured or anything. This might be just her brain protecting itself.
That's concerning. That's also, this is not the first time we've met people in a sleep that also couldn't get out of the sleep. So I'm just a
Mhm.
little worried.
But I didn't see any hands of magic, and also she was acting strange and freaking out just minutes ago.
That is even more disconcerting. Actually, that doesn't make me feel better.
Did she? I can't remember. Did she tell anybody what?
She told.
She didn't tell Delme anything.
She told
Delme
Russ.
doesn't know.
She told Russ most of it. She didn't tell Russ all of it, but she told Russ
Okay.
like the bare bones kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know. She seemed upset, and
Well, although she did tell somebody else about her brother, about the ghost. Russ was the second person who told about the ghost.
No, she went circular when she was talking to Delme. She went circular around
Mm.
the whole thing. She said like I would,
Mm.
talking to the,
I see. Yeah.
he's dead. I don't know if I'm actually talking to him.
yeah,
She-
she didn't tell me about the brother, because we
Yeah.
talked about like Talia and whoever she was talking to, and she was freaking out and everything. So that's why she didn't share full details about what was going on, but it was clear that she was dealing with a lot.
Well, not to share things in confidence, but this is relevant, I think, because this has not happened only to her, but she had been hearing, her dead brother talking to her, and just like you had a dead mom's friend talking to you. So we've been having this is all inside the psychic line. We've been having dead people contacting us, and I don't know if they're actually different people or if they're the same person, or but this is disconcerting because he was talking to her here, and we're in the past, and he seemed to know, like he seemed to be from how she described she didn't describe it as if she was talking to past him, but like dead him, and he should still be alive by now, I suppose. So I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means, but it doesn't sound good, right? I mean, that sounds like I don't know what these ghosts are, but we've had at least two. Vashar, did you have any ghosts, or you, Ritka?
Well, not aside from, and he's just going to like tap his neck.
Well, I'm just trying to check my notes. Who did Talia mentioned hanging out with some other dead people, right?
Well, people who were not dead yet. Ritka's dad, right?
She mentioned hanging out with Ritka's dad, and I thought she mentioned hanging out with Vashard's old mentor.
Yes, and like wanting to learn how to dance. There's a whole thing, right?
Yeah, that whole thing.
So,
I've not had any ghosts contact me.
Brand. She mentioned Brand.
is Brand dead or alive?
Dead. Right, Vashard?
Well, in the present, but what's best?
35 years ago, not dead.
Not dead 25 years ago.
Well, 35. But I'm just trying to say that I don't. What Manfrey was conscious for a while, and they. I mean, their spirit dancer's a bit different, but I'm just saying that I don't like this this setup where we've got people who should be dead and already passed along in the dance out and speaking, if that's actually them at all. What if it's not even them? What if it's some sort of other thing fooling, you know? I mean, we already had some sort of thing in the forest back the last time we were in the past, as a matter of fact. Was it not? I think we were. That thing when we were in the Pavenwild, sending voices to everybody, visions, whatnot. People from the past.
I don't know what's going on.
But I'm gonna look to Delme. Is she going to be all right?
Really, she's the expert in this, and I wish she could be here to tell us, but I think so. I think she needs rest. And like, can I do like a basic, I don't know, what the equivalent of like checking her pulse and like making sure her pulse is constant?
That would be the intelligence.
That's the one I did. Okay, yeah. So like, it seems like, does she have like the pulse rate of someone who's at like rest or sleeping? Okay, I think she's sleeping, and we should let her do so. Her vital, from what I can see, she's stable. So I'm not afraid of. We should certainly watch her to see if she deteriorates. But I think this is something she'll probably come out of on her own.
Shouldn't we try to wake her up? Just see if this is a natural sleep or not.
If her brain wanted her to get sleep so badly, I feel like
If she passed out from exhaustion or some type of thing, she won't wake up easily, and that could be detrimental.
And sleep is necessary, as we all know, sleep is necessary for healing and recovery. So her body is recovering.
This is
If she seems to get more detrimental while she sleeps, we can try waking her up.
Absolutely.
But if she seems to recover, we will just monitor.
well, this is the Shard's call, of course, Senior Envoy. I'm gonna keep to the skies.
I think maybe we let her rest on Carnage. Maybe we can make like a makeshift
Or the wolves.
bed. Are
Easier.
Dimitri and Fedor walking now, or are they still relying on wolves?
No, they're walking.
They've been
Okay.
walking. They're not running anywhere.
Okay.
No.
Okay. Well then, yes. I didn't know the wolves were
There's also Ragnar.
Ragnar. Oh, she can ride. She can.
Big bear.
Yeah, we can put her on Ragnar.
Aw, that would be nice and fuzzy and cozy.
Well, I'm just gonna say that she seemed to like Carnage.
That's
She did,
why I
but
suggested Carnage.
It's the way Carnage walks is not terribly conducive to carrying unconscious people.
Ah.
All right, it's
Fair.
Now,
just,
if he was flying, it would be a little easier. I'm just trying to imagine like the wyvern
Mm.
walk, and I'm like, that does not seem conducive to carrying unconscious.
No.
I suppose.
Whereas bears are pretty much giant feet.
Well, the bears and wolves are a lot more stable in their lumbering
Yeah.
about.
I'm gonna drop the contact because I can only do so many things at once. If somebody wants to bring it back up, that's fine. But I'm gonna fly and take point.
I'll go
Well,
bring
I don't think Delmay has any more calls to make right now. So she can do it.
Because
Oh,
technically, while you could be riding, so therefore like your mounts could take care of the movement part. Russ has got to both move, and you can only do two things at once.
Yeah. So that's a 13.
That's enough.
That's enough.
Sweet.
You're good.
Pretty sweet.
I think you can even get Carnage with that. You wanted him.
What's the focus that would be relevant to psychic contact?
Psychic. It's communication
willpow-
psychic, technically.
Communications. Okay, I have
Yep.
willpower psychic, so that's I don't have I have communication. I'm amazing. As a focus.
Sorry, I missed that. What was it?
Oh no, I was just asking about whether I got what I was confused.
You were
as to
no,
why
I just didn't hear you. You said you had communication, and then I didn't hear. The
Oh,
rest.
animism. I
Oh,
do have
yeah.
a focus in communication animism.
Yeah.
Or the peppers.
So what are you doing?
Do we keep moving towards
We'd better. We've got like a
Aldis
ton.
and
Yeah.
hope we wake up?
So what did you do with Penry?
Oh, that's a good question. What happened to Penry at the end of last episode?
Because
Left
Russ was
him.
not present. Russ has been trying to
Just look
stay
at Bashard.
not in the same. Russ has not wanted Penry to see him, right? Because he doesn't want to mess up the timeline. So he was not there when all of that happened. He was in psychic contact, but did not see it and does not know exactly what happened.
I knew the plan though.
He didn't know exactly what was going on. So he's like, "So, what'd you do? Where's Penry?"
Penry's, we left him about a day away, so he shouldn't be able to follow us.
Oh, all right. Well,
Maybe
we're
2
gonna
days, depending on how much sleep he gets.
we're gonna have to move quickly because the minute he's gonna probably already called the Sovereign's Finest, and we should get back to the present if we can.
We did leave him along his route of travel though, so it's closer to that ocean.
I
And I think
imagine he's gonna be like
we
a dog
started
with a
moving,
bone.
The
right?
bay.
Yeah.
So if we're walking while we're talking, Delme will ask. So let's go back to, like, we kind of got interrupted, but we were trying to recall what I did last time to see if we could replicate it this time and hope we get back to the present. Did we get into a fight?
I mean, there was that fight right outside of Revka's father's place, but
So I mean, I've been doing magic. If it's triggered by sleep, that can happen tonight. The only thing I think we did that I haven't done.
Have you used the
today-
magic since we've been 35 years in the past?
Well,
yes.
I mean, we're on this call with my magic.
All right.
Delme, roll Intelligence Arcana.
Intelligence Arcana. Ooh, I have the training. I'll take Arcane Lore. And I rolled terribly. I'm going to use one of my convictions, please. That is.
there's also
I
It's a
remember
really
I
bad
have it.
roll.
Huh?
You also have
That was a
some-
roll bad roll, and also, I haven't done that yet. I keep forgetting I have conviction.
we have some blessings from chat too.
There we go.
Yeah, 17 is much better.
Yeah.
The only magic you've done right now is psychic contact.
Okay. Maybe I should do some.
And you will
Bigger
recall that you had done other magic
Yeah.
in the past, and that's when the future happened. The present happened.
Was the other magic I did in battle?
That may have been what shifted you, but what shifted you
Yeah.
forward was something that happened after. Because you remember you spent the
So we
night.
slept the night. Yep.
You
Yeah,
spent the
okay.
night with Ritka's dad, and then in the morning you shifted after breakfast.
Well, I think while they're walking, Delma is just gonna, I don't know, do magic. Nothing
Solid
bad can
plan.
happen. We're already in the past. What's gonna happen now? More past? I don't know. I think Delme is going
Could
to
be.
first. She's going to, while they're walking, practice. Probably because she should practice this anyway. Practice using Ritka's belt axe that she's done a couple of times in battle, just to kind of get like, maybe Ritka can like show her cool moves with the axe that Delme can try to like recreate with her, you know, her mental hand.
If you ask, yeah, she'll show you a few moves.
Oh yeah, she's asking. Just give me 1 second. I do have intelligence shaping, so I should have a inmove object. I should have a focus bonus on that. I'm fixing that right now. Okay, let's just try this. Wow, I'm rolling not great, but
12. That doesn't seem bad.
yeah.
You can
No,
take
my
it.
All right. And I think it's just like swinging in the air. It's not trying to hit anything.
Mhm.
But it's just
Yeah.
more about practicing
How cool does it look? Yeah.
control over it, and like, is it wobbling a lot? Is the mental hand grasping the hand axe, like balancing it correctly? Things like that.
It doesn't look bad.
Okay. And I think, yeah, so she does that as they walk, and then the other thing she's gonna do. Ooh, no, I was gonna say she's gonna do try to do ward, but yeah, she's gonna try to do ward. That one is meditative.
She's
That
gonna
one
try and do.
is.
I'm sorry, I keep losing your sound. That's
Oh, I'm sorry. So she's gonna try to do ward,
yep.
but that's her wild arcane
Mm-hmm.
specialty.
Mm-hmm.
Because she's a stupid. No, she's not stupid. I don't think she knows her meditative magic is wild arcane. I think only I know that. Like, we know that out of character.
Mhm.
I don't think she has reason to suspect that specific branch of magic. Ooh, that's a good roll.
So as you cast ward, what are you warding, by the way, just out of curiosity? As you're
Just-
walking as a group.
I need to. I don't remember. Can I put like a ward like just around our group? Because it's 5 foot per level.
Yeah, and I think with a 17, because the TN starts at like 3, right?
I believe so.
And she can pump that up to a 20.
Yeah. So yeah, with what you rolled, yes, I will say yes. You can have it
Sweet.
as a ward that kind of goes out around the group of you. Even picking up Russ in the air is kind of like becomes slightly domed to take in Russ.
Because I'm out up and yeah.
And
Yeah, I pulled it up.
Cecilia on the bear, and Asen and Whisper, Ritka, Vishard, your 2 Kurnish friends, and a partridge in a pear tree.
Oh,
And a
I eat that
wyvern in
partridge.
an open field.
It does require total concentration, and so
You have to
the
drop it.
psychic contact does drop.
As you put this ward up, Ritka, what are you and Vishard doing, just out of curiosity?
I think Ritka's just doing because we've got Cecilia unconscious. We've got 2 Kurnish buddies who aren't, they're still fighting off corruption sickness. They're not feeling great. They can walk, but they're not feeling great. So I think she's just kind of looking around, keeping watch while walking, making sure nothing disturbs Delme or Cecilia.
Um,
The finest
I'm
approaching.
yeah, if I'm still on the call with Russ, I'm just gonna ask.
No, because the
from
call
time to
just
time.
dropped.
Because
I had to
Delme
drop
had
it
to
'cause
call
I
Oh,
need
because
full
Delme had to drop.
concentration.
Shit. Yeah, okay. Then I'm only going to stay near Cecilia and Ragnar. Keeping an eye out mostly all around, but I might be looking back in the direction that we left Bryn Mawr at. I think that was like it's to our east, right? Northeast, and then eventually east and
No, southeast.
southeast.
Yeah,
sorry.
we're
And
going
then eventually
southeast. They're
east,
going
and then-
southwest.
Well, no, you're going
so-
southwest. He's going southeast.
That's right. Yeah. Flip it.
Yeah.
So if
Anyway.
you'd keep looking to our left is what you would
Yeah,
do.
that's it. looking back to our left,
Mhm.
maybe like just a little more than the other directions.
Okay, well, both of you roll me awareness, please. Or not
Eyeballs?
perception. Perception seeing, yes.
And that would be also
Sorry.
for Russ, since he's right.
Yes,
on
yes.
watch as
All
well.
of you who are on watch, please roll me perception.
Yeah. Look at my eyeballs go.
11. I
It's
have
not bad
very
with that
average
-2.
eyeballs.
Let's do
not
my
bad with
Vata
that
I
-2.
see. Ooh.
Russ, there's nothing, you know, you're in front. There doesn't seem to be anything coming at you. It's, again, wide open plains as far as you can see.
Doing big sweeps.
See the sun setting in the west. Bright colors on the clouds. Ritka, you and Russ might notice like a couple groundhogs, maybe a badger. No large game, but also no large predators. I mean, it's large open fields. You don't usually get those unless they're large herd animals, and it's not really the right season for buffalo. Migrations, which is basically what you would have at this point. But because Vishard is looking back,
And Russ is like full circle, right? So,
yeah, you're full circle, but you said
Overview.
you're scouting in front, and so I'm basing it
but
on what.
big sweeps.
Yeah.
But yeah, he does not look behind him. Russ stays looking only forward. It is good. Go on. Finish this.
Vishard notices, because he's the one who's looking backward and told me he was the one who looked backward, that the footsteps that you had made are gone, and any grass that you had broken is upright and normal. It doesn't look like you passed through here at all, and in fact, as you're walking, you know, between one moment and the next, it's almost like everything was put right again.
Okay. Sorry, what?
Did you hear me?
No, I think. Jesus, my brain. Oh, fuck.
You okay, Simon?
Yeah. I like zoned out.
It's okay.
I feel you. I understand.
We've all been there.
I'm gonna need
You're gonna need a coffee.
more coffee. Yeah. But yeah, no, please repeat that last sentence.
Because you're looking backwards,
Mhm.
specifically for Penry, you notice between one beat and the next, when Delme puts the ward up, you see any trace of your passing gone. And I mean, you're going through tall grasses. All of the tall grasses that you'd beat down are back in.
With the big group. Like,
Yeah.
I imagine Carnage does not clear a small path.
Would that? So Delmay's putting a ward down, but would I know if like that could be product of the ward or a product of us going back to?
It would not be a product of the
Present.
ward. You've seen Delme
Okay.
or Cecilia cast ward before. That's not a, you know,
Okay.
suddenly having this entire trail that you've put forward disappear and going back miles, right? Or going back however far you can see as the sun sets. You'd say probably the timing. Russ is going to notice one other thing, however, as you move forward in time. Right? Well, not forward in time, forward in sight. You may have moved forward in time. Who knows?
Yeah, we could have moved forward or backwards. We don't know.
Russ is going to notice something, however.
Aw.
There's a settlement in the distance. Not
Is it-
large. A
Is it
couple
one that we know
farms.
about?
Huh?
Is it one that we know about? Like, is it one that is known to exist?
Roll me. I would say intelligence cartography, but does Russ have every single?
No, I just imagine because all he does is travel that he would, if like, if you're like, oh, there's a town there. 11.
An 11? It could be either way. Because if you think about it, it's not what looks like what you're seeing in front of you isn't a town per se. It's like it's that point that you get in large agrarian sections of the country where like there are 4 farms and the farmhouses are closest together as the fields spread out. So it's not a town, it's just...
Are we gonna be those people who rush and go, "What year is it?" Really freak out people?
I can't control that.
I hope so.
Russ
Who should go into town? I guess that's the question.
Russ is going to go and just give a quick ping to Vashar so he can tell all of the people with his actual vocal cords. 5, 6. That's enough. That's an 11. It's enough to get him to let him know there's a settlement for houses, and I give him like the bearing and the distance so that he can tell the rest.
I'll just notify Russ too that I think we've gone back to the present.
I didn't notice anything.
The trail behind us. It just disappeared.
Oh. Did trees appear? Where we planted stuff?
Well, we didn't plant stuff yet.
Oh, we didn't.
No.
Oh.
No, because we came back from bringing
We're gonna,
Henry.
and then we had
We were-
emotions.
yeah. It was going to happen, but then I decided to French someone.
It
Happens.
seemed more important at the time. It's fine.
Perhaps you should call your mom, Delme. See what year it is.
Okay.
I mean, that's
Do that.
typically just what we've done to determine where we are.
Seems
What
the
year it
safest
is.
to Contact everybody. Okay.
Because if we use only one person as at least our time foci, that seems safer than some other alternatives.
Fair enough. Okay, hold on. Let me do this.
Mom, what year is it? Oh, you don't know I'm your daughter? Okay, well, what year is it?
Okay, so
We always love
Delme
hearing from Delme's mom. So,
is-
you know.
So you have to... Are you keeping the ward up?
Oh no. That was just practicing magic in order to go back to the past.
Okay,
Like that.
so...
That was just like have it up for a little bit, drop it kind of a thing.
All right. So you with an 11 you can definitely make contact.
Hello?
Delme, what's going on? Are you okay?
I am, but what year is it?
Why are you asking?
Well, because about 10 minutes ago, I was 35 years ago, and I'm just trying to figure out if I'm born in your timeline yet or not.
Well, I thought you were trying to make your way to the villa. Have
Oh,
you
okay,
changed
good, we're
plans
back.
with that? Are we talking? Or should I be more concerned about you?
No. Good news is we were still walking towards Aldis, so we may have shifted in time, but we are still on track in space, so we're still on our way to the villa. We're A-okay.
I would like to point out that I don't think you're A-okay if you're talking about shifting through time and space. I feel like somehow that's not what one would define as A-okay.
Fair. I mean, I'm A-okay in that we only have really one unconscious member of our party, and I think she did that to herself by psyching herself out.
You have an unconscious... Are you
Yes.
okay?
I am okay.
If I call Russ, will he tell me that you're okay?
Yes, he will. And Russ is flying around, but yes, he's keeping an eye on us from above. But question, since I didn't ask you last time, do you remember getting a phone call from someone claiming to be your daughter about 35 years ago?
You know,
And also 60 years ago?
there are lots of things that happen, multiple timelines. Delme, 35 years ago was a very interesting time period. I don't necessarily recall, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything, and at the moment I'm a little stressed.
Okay, we can talk about this more when we get to the villa and everybody is safe and sound and you can see me with your own eyes and see that I am okay. We're still heading towards you, but I think everyone will be relieved that we're back in the present.
I am very relieved that you're... Oh, you know what? I will meet you there. I was just going to have your dad be there, but no, I think that it's really important for me to be there for you.
Yeah, I think you should come. We have questions. Let's talk about this, because I don't... Maybe you can help me figure out why a goddess is saying that I'm going back in time. Hey, last time I told you a god was involved, you seemed really disturbed by it, so let's just talk about it in person.
Delme.
Mom?
I would prefer not to have to see a healer for cardiac issues for another 25 years.
I understand.
No. No time traveling? No getting dead? No getting injured? No calling me in the middle of the night saying, hi, my ride has disappeared because they got transported through time and space? I got propositioned by a god. None of this! No!
Okay.
You are going to
I'm not
come
doing
to
it
the
on
villa,
purpose.
and you're
I'm not
going...
doing it on purpose.
You keep saying that, but somehow, you keep laughing about it too, which means I don't think you actually are...
Well, that's just me. I just laugh about things because it's way more interesting than crying about them.
It's either laugh or cry.
So we're not going to
Also,
cry? You're not
Cecilia got herself super worked up about all sorts of things, and her body was like, you just need a nap now. So I think laughing about it is better than
Is
that.
Cecilia okay?
Yes, she's stable. She's resting. I think she'll wake up in a bit. But, she was very caffeine deprived and worked up and flustered. And I think her
Is
brain
she
just decided
really
to need
okay?
a
I
nap.
mean, I understand that there was that time when she wasn't okay, but is she okay? Like, should we bring a healer? Like another one?
I'll check on her again. She was stable and fine, and her pulse was good. She just seemed like she was sleeping when I last checked her, not that long ago. But
Well,
we've also been
then
watching her very
I'll make
closely.
sure there's a healer when
for
you get there. It's
deterioration.
fine. We'll have
If you could find a healer that might have some helpful advice on fang sickness, that would be good. I mean, we talked about this.
We did talk about this. And I've given you all the information that I currently have about that issue.
Yes. But I'm saying if you're bringing a healer, like if there's one who has at least seen fang sickness,
I will
helpful.
definitely try and figure that out. Any other medical emergencies that you want to tell me about beforehand?
And I think Delve actually turns to Ritka and eyes her. And he's like, she sees 2 hands and 2 legs, and she's fine, and Delve's fine, and Fedor and Dimitri are just tired from what she can tell. Like, no, I think that's really it. We're just gonna keep on heading towards you on the villa.
No more stops?
Except for sleep.
Yes, no more detours, I should say.
No more detours. Not the line crossing fingers, but the hopeful crossing fingers.
It's psychic contact, she can't see it anyways.
I know, but I think Delve just like instinctively is like, I hope so. Okay. Well, we'll see you. I don't know how many days we are away from her now.
About 5.
5. Okay. Well, we'll see you. We'll see you in about
Maybe
5
4
days.
if you're
then.
counting for the fact that you're going to the villa and not to the city proper.
Okay, mate. Less. We're seeing you at the villa, so we'll see you. We'll see you soon.
Okay.
Okay.
No detours. Call me every
No
day.
detours.
Make sure I know where you are.
Okay. We will.
I love you, Delme. This is... I want you to understand this, right?
I know, Mom. I love you too. We'll be right there. I have no desire to not to get stuck in the past or get hurt. It's not my cup of tea. So we're gonna get there one piece.
All right. I'll see you soon. Love you, dear.
Oh boy, guys.
How is that? What year is it?
We're in the present.
Oh, good.
Yeah. We're okay in that sense, but my mother is perturbed and going to meet us at the villa. But she's bringing a healer for Cecilia if she needs one, and possibly Vashard in case there's something that can be done there. And so, not all bad, but do prepare for a lecture. Mostly for me. It happens.
I will take a lecture over being stuck 3 decades in the past.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna need some help to convince her I'm not doing this on purpose.
I can talk to her.
Yeah, you've been here. You've seen me do absolutely nothing. Other than, magic. And next thing you know, we're in the past. So.
Oh, magic things. Yes, I've seen you do magic things.
Yeah, I don't think I have to. I've never learned time travel magic, so.
No. It's just you've done a lot. I think your mom should know.
Oh. Good. I hope she will be glad to hear that.
That might soften the blow, if anything.
Fingers crossed, yeah. But I guess how close are we getting to like our rest time? We haven't rested in a while.
I mean, the sun is almost fully set by this point.
And I mean, I doubt that Brynmore. Well, no, he's dead.
Yeah, well,
That was very callous of me.
As far as we know, he's dead. Are shifting him locations? I don't know. He could have survived. We don't.
Let's pitch camp. I guess we're safer here than we were. Than where and when we were.
Are we,
this is so complicated.
There's vampires in the present.
We've mostly been attacked here.
In the present, yes.
But would
I think we set
Talis
watches
really
again.
attack her?
Yes.
Toy.
No. Yeah, whatever I am to her.
At least to everyone else, yes. But that's just Lady Talis.
So
We can make a camp, but I think we should make haste towards the villa.
Mm-hmm.
Out of game, how far away are we from Aldis?
5 days.
And would Vashard know that?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, you would know it. It was 5 days.
So would I figure, another check before I get there?
No, you have another check.
Every day?
No, it's once a week.
No, it's once a week.
Okay.
So you had the first, and then you have, by the time you get to Aldis would be the second check.
Oh, okay, good. Okay.
Yeah. So do you make camp for the night?
Mm-hmm.
I think it would be best.
Works for me.
All right.
watches?
Yes.
Definitely.
I think Delmay will not take first watch because they didn't get enough sleep last night already because of the wyvern.
I can take
ride.
first watch.
I want to make sure I'm not the only one on watch for my shift.
Delmay will
Just
walk with
in
you.
case. Okay.
Oh, uh-huh.
And
Yeah.
also, I'm just gonna look at Ritka and Delmay. And also, no one's going anywhere.
No.
No, I mean, I think my mom would have a heart attack. So, no going anywhere.
But so if I hear you correctly, you would rather give Russ a heart attack than your mom.
I mean, I feel like that's most people would rather give someone else a heart attack than their parents.
Is this a trick question?
I'll
I mean,
take-
I'd rather nobody have a heart attack because I'm a grown woman. But,
It
you know,
does.
my mom did do the whole birthing me thing, so
Mm.
she ekes out a win there.
I'm just trying to lighten the mood. And I look at Cecilia's
call.
body on Ragnar.
Yeah. Well, she'll
For
be
the
okay. I
record-
think this rest will be good for her. And tell me we'll check on her one more time before
If I
they
take, yeah,
turn in for the night. And
I can take first watch. Delmay the Shard can take second watch, and Russ can take third watch.
All right.
Works for me.
Go ahead, and I'm assuming that psychic contact was to a group call then.
Yep.
Um,
Because Russ would not be able to speak in the conversation if they were not in the
Mhm.
call.
Mm-hmm.
Delmay, go ahead and roll me that intelligence healing lore.
Will do.
And for the
Yeah.
record, I was not responding like your parent. I was responding like a fellow member of the finest who is concerned that fellow members left without speaking to their follow-up. You know,
Russ.
protocol safety.
Do I am I privy to that, or is
Well, yeah,
that
because
like...
this is in the group call.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is a group. Russ, I was just trying to bring some levity to the situation.
I don't understand.
I didn't mean any disrespect, either to you or to Delmay's mother.
No, I was just clarifying. Delmay's mother treats her like she's a child, but she's not. She's an adult.
Yes, she is. Oh, God. I'm gonna go light up a campfire.
Yeah. Ritka will start getting the rations out, cook.
Well, I'm gonna go find some food. Because I can't actually put a camp together. I can make a nest,
Mhm.
but that takes a while. And I figure you probably don't want to sleep in a nest. It's probably not gonna be comfortable for you, so I just go find a
It was
bowl.
big enough.
Yeah, it would take a while.
Carnage had a very nice nest at one point in time, but
I'll be back.
Okay.
Russ is gone to get something to eat. Ritka's lit up. Or Ritka's trying to get things to cook. Vashard is lighting a campfire. Delmay's checking on Cecilia. Fedor and Dimitri are kind of just collapsing against Carnage at this point.
they're tired. Yeah.
Yeah.
They're both staring very intently and watching everything that's going on. And Fedor makes slightly longer eye contact with Ritka for a moment.
Yeah. She gives him the questioning raised eyebrow. Because they're very used to each other, so their nonverbal communication is a lot better than with the group here, as far as
Mhm.
Ritka is concerned.
He's definitely giving you that look like he has a concern, but he's not sure if he should share it given the current people who might be listening, right?
Mhm.
And it's
Yeah.
not an uncommon look that you might have had in Kern when, reporting on your neighbor and full on
Yeah.
Soviet control of a country is the norm.
Yeah, she'll go over to him then. She'll make a point to be like, this or this for rations tonight. Like, what do you want? This or that? Like it's like when you're on the airplane. They're like chicken or vegetarian, that kind of thing.
Which, by
So
the
she'll
way,
go-
if you want a
she'll go-
secret for the best meals on an airplane, make sure you register yourself as vegetarian and kosher in advance.
Asian vegetarian is where it's at if you like Indian food. It's where all the flavor is.
I'd say my food wasn't bad. Then I had gluten free.
Asian vegetarian means you usually get something paneer based and a rice and the dal.
Yeah.
I happen to be an Asian vegetarian, so I've always registered for that. But like, I've had friends who travel also be like, "Oh, that's what we get all the time too, just because it's tasty." And I was like, "Yeah."
Because all of those meals can't be pre-made, so they have to make them. They have to get them in later. But yes,
when she'll approach Fedor and Dimitri to ask about what they want to eat, she'll also give like the "What's up?" And she'll speak in Kurdish to them because they're more comfortable.
Yeah, because right now the only people who can understand you is Vishard.
And also first language, like much more comfortable.
Yes, first language much more comfortable. There's something off. It tastes wrong. Perhaps I don't.
The air, just the situation.
Both.
You got
There's
feeling?
all of the above. You know that.
Right.
You remember that time with the Red Guard?
Oh,
the rebellion?
that time. Yes.
When when you almost literally got stabbed in the back?
Yes, I recall that very vividly.
It feels like that.
Oof. No, I don't like that. I will be extra wary then.
And Dimitri hasn't said anything. He's kind of just letting Fedor do all the talking at this point. But he makes eye contact with you, and you can definitely get the impression that he agrees.
Yeah, which is so unlike Dimitri to not be super talkative in a scenario. So, yeah.
And he's also, as much as Dimitri plays the clown, he is also
Very competent, yeah.
very competent. And he's been panning around the entire area as you've been like sitting, and just he's not pointing at any one thing, he's just full scanning at all times.
I know you two are tired as well. But if you wanted to accompany me on a watch, at least one of you, I would not say no.
I'm not going to bed anytime soon. Those little hairs on the back of my neck are standing up again.
And then there will be 2 people on watch for every shift if one of you stays awake with me and one of you stays awake with Russ.
And Fedor looks...
She gives a look like, I know, but 2 people awake on every shift. They gotta see the benefit.
And then Fedor looks at you and is like, I'll stay with
You
Russ.
just yell if you see anything.
I'll stay awake with Russ.
They don't have to talk.
And he looks to you, and then he looks to Dimitri, and then he looks to where Russ has flown off, and he's like, and Dimitri's like, what? I could do it. It'd be fine. I think it'd be great. We could bond.
No, Dimitri, you're with me. And I just go back to cooking dinner. And I'll let Bashard know, because he's the leader or whatever, that they have a really bad gut feeling about just in general. And they haven't had that this whole time, so might be something to be wary of. and that they'll help keep watches.
Yep.
And I cook dinner.
Any reaction
Thank
to
you.
that concern, Bashard?
No, I think I'm good.
So,
I think that way we'll just approach and just start helping Ritka. What are we making?
We are making beans, and we
Mhm.
have some jerky, and we also have some leftover mushrooms. So I was just going to mix it up with some spices.
Yeah,
Mhm.
sounds like a good plan, and I think I'm assuming by this point they kind of have like their kit, like they have their pot in which they boil
Mhm.
water, and
Yeah.
yeah, Delme will
We probably also have some really stale bread, maybe just crumble up to use as a thickener,
yeah.
make it like a nice
Del-
gravy.
Delme
Yeah.
will help with just like the basics of that, like getting the water, boiling the water, things like that. Do we want to maybe go into the town nearby to restock on supplies?
These
Because
4
out of
farm
character,
villages.
if I remember correctly, we were low.
Those four houses.
I mean, you could give them money for coffee at the very least.
Yes, we could see if they have anything to spare. We could buy it
Yeah.
off of them.
The last time I went to a small homestead like this, we turned out to be under attack by the same exploding people that we met or we encountered.
Ah,
Well, I mean, Fashard, maybe you and Russ could go. You're the most official looking and least likely to cause concern, sadly, and shrugs at Ritka.
yeah. Ritka just nods like, yeah, no, you're not wrong. Yeah.
Official looking, the guy who hasn't shaved in like 3 months, nor has he changed his clothes. Sure.
Well, you've got the
But they
sovereign's
sig-
finest
Look,
insignia.
yeah,
air
yeah.
about you.
I might not be official looking, like I know what you mean, but
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
You look rough
Uh,
enough to warrant needing to buy supplies off of them.
No one's going to
That's
be
it.
surprised that somebody because you look like a scout for the sovereign's finest. No one's going to be surprised that a scout for the sovereign's finest needs to.
no, that's it.
Stock up on things.
If
and-
I walked in, they might have some questions. Once I start talking, especially.
And I don't know, DM, what are folks' feelings around these parts for the Vata'an?
The Vatasha.
Vatasha, the one that you're not.
Yeah.
okay, so for about Valta'an, which is what Delme is, or the Vatasha, which is what
Yeah, no, I'm
Ritka is.
asking about what's the feeling towards my.
Oh, no, Vata'an are, extremely common. It's just
Okay, so yeah.
And Vatasha are outside of the Pavenweald, where they've kind of been for the past 200 years, relatively new, and part of that is because the new queen, when she, after the war with Kern, her consort is Avata Shah, who led a rebellion in Kern and was part of the, the two of them arranged together to assassinate the Lich King. And so
yeah, it's complicated.
it's very
With the
complicated.
Vatasha.
So, like, in the
But
Pavenweald, it's
The
slightly...
Karnish accent that might give me away.
Yeah. And in the Pavenweald, it's like the Vatasha are, because there's, there was there was a mass migration 200 years ago of Vatasha out of Vatasha humans and Vata'an out of Kern. It's a little bit more normal, for lack of a better term, but still not normal. and not as common, but Vata-an can genetically occur between any blending of a Vata-an and a human, or even just two humans who had Vata in their lineage at some point genetics will happen.
Yeah.
You know, it's a recessive gene in some places.
Okay, well, Delme will then, I can go with you. I'm not bad at being persuasive, but I think Russ would give you more gravitas if you want this to be more of like a do your duty and help with the finest and kind of a thing. I don't know. We can figure it out tomorrow.
Well,
I just think we should get Cecilia some coffee before she,
Yes.
We don't want to redo with this.
Which is why tonight might be a good idea.
Okay.
So that we have it tomorrow.
Well, if you go, I would go sooner rather than later.
Maybe for them, but I can navigate perfectly well in the dark.
I meant for the people you wish to speak to.
Strangers at the door
Yes.
at night.
Yes.
I'll take Asen with me. I'll leave Ragnar as a pillow.
Oh, cutie. Who do you want going with you, Russ or Delme?
Russ is getting food at the moment. He's not at the camp.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's right. Yeah.
Russ is eating.
I'll have Delme.
Delme then. Yeah.
I'll take Delme.
All right. Well, then Delme will come with Whisper because she's the goodest girl. And I mean, if people are giving her a hard time, Whisper will just look at them.
So,
And look at them.
Delme, Vishard, and the wolves.
Asen and Whisper. Yeah.
So the wolves are acting for chaperones as this date night. Okay, cool.
Is it getting confusing to keeping track of everything yet?
The date night to like a Thorpe.
Mm-hmm.
The date night to the grocery store.
To barter for more food.
Yep.
Wait, do we? I guess I don't know. Have we talked about it? How does money work?
I mean, there is money, and you can barter for some places, but there is, like, or you also get a paycheck as Sovereign's finest, and
Okay, so Delme probably has like a coin pouch on her.
Yeah, you have money on you. You also have you have the authority of the Sovereign's finest to be like, and if we don't have quite enough, you can take this to the local.
Yeah.
Right.
And
local,
that's why Vashard
Yeah.
needs to be here.
Yeah, but I'd rather not commandeer goods.
Oh no, not about commandeering, but like
No, it's like a token you can get in to get your values worth later.
They can get paid. They can take it to like a place and get money from there.
Yeah. And so like, or one of the traveling
equivalent
nobles
goods, yeah.
would act, like who for the area, it's like, oh, the one of the Sovereign's finest came through. Okay, and how much did they pay? How much did they? Okay, so this is how much we owe you. Here you are, and here,
Yeah.
thank you for your support, and move on, kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's not Kern where they just take it.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess we head out towards the 4 homes. As they're walking, I think Delme will just ask, "How are you feeling?"
Nervous.
About the homes?
Oh, the homestead. I'm fully expecting an ambush, but
That's what Whisper and Asen are here for. And
yeah.
I think Whisper is satellite years up. What are you nervous about?
Not making it to Aldis. or making it and realizing that there might not be a cure.
I understand why you're nervous, but if it helps, I'm not nervous. Because Aldis has brains and libraries that contain so much knowledge that I think that if there is an answer out there, we will find it. And given that there's not that the world has not been overrun by vampires over the years, I think that there's probably a cure. I feel like numbers are in your favor, and I, at least, whether naively or not, I choose to take comfort in that. As I was telling my mom earlier today, you're either laughing or crying, and I think it's better to be laughing about these things.
I'm making some real effort to laugh.
Yeah, I've noticed. You've been a busy boy.
Well, it's sort of the whole now that's Simon losing the word. The whole finality of it all.
I mean, I'm sure some smart person at some point in time has said you only live once, and I feel like you're really embracing it, and you know what? Good for you. It does take a lot of people, some sort of a brush with their own mortality to really embrace that mindset. And I think even when we have a cure for you and you are all better, I think you should keep a little bit of that. Whatever the Alden equivalent of joie de vivre is around.
I'll definitely keep that in mind. Sometimes I feel like the past, what was it, 2 weeks almost? Ever since we got out of the Pavin wheel, that everything is like a haze. Some surreal dream that I'll eventually wake up from, and that.
No. That's the plan. We're planning on waking you up and clearing that haze, but it makes sense that you feel like you might be a little sleepwalking, given that your senses are being affected by what's in your veins. But you're still Vashard. I think you're Vashard you're burdened by a little less overthinking than usual, but I think that's a good thing. Of course, I think that's a good thing. I've never met overthinking in my life.
See, that's all. People are complicated. What am I supposed to answer? The reply to this? How do I keep a conversation going? Maybe I'm overthinking everything. Maybe there's something wrong with me?
Yes, fang sickness. Here's the thing, Rashard. We're either going to be able to fix this or we aren't. And you sitting here thinking about it on loop isn't going to change that. And whether you spend this time the way you did those few moments over the last couple of days and you do more of that until we get there, or you sit by yourself torturing yourself, that answer isn't going to change. So at this time, unfortunately, you truly cannot affect or control that outcome. The only thing you can do is decide how you want to spend this time. And I am completely pro the whole you only live once, reckless, do what you want, be with who you want, as long as you're not hurting anybody approach to the situation. Because if we are unsuccessful, I don't think you will regret that. But if we are unsuccessful, I do think you will regret spending this week agonizing over a future you cannot do anything for right now.
So I should just go around and kiss everyone every day?
If you want to. Yes. It doesn't hurt anybody. It brings you joy. It brings them joy, presumably, if they're consenting to the kiss. Why not?
But then if it does not work, then it's just going to cause them more pain afterward.
It's going to cause us pain either way. Even if Cecilia isn't making out with you, you're still her friend. We've become family of a sort of misfits on our journey together, and whether or not she kisses you, it's going to wound her and me and Ritka and Russ. So you denying yourself what you want isn't going to save us from pain. And she should have the choice, we should all have the choice to whether we want to suffer that pain. You don't need to protect us from our own choices.
I don't know, part of me thinks I have to.
Now that's just some sovereign's finest hero thing. You don't always have to sacrifice your happiness for other people. They can choose their own happiness. Perfectly fine.
You're right. I think.
I don't know. I just say stuff. Sometimes it makes sense. Sometimes it doesn't. It's fine.
I like you saying stuff.
Oh, thanks. It would be really hard to be around me if you didn't.
Yes. All right. Well, let's get this ambush done and over with.
Oh, yes. So we continue to approach these homes. Does anything happen?
You are approaching these 4 homesteads. The lights have started to turn on in the windows, candles, lanterns. There's, farm animals in the nearby. Mostly kind of, you can see a barn and a couple, pig pens and whatnot, like a chicken coop or something, in the front yard. And some gardens, household gardens, not large farmland gardens, but household gardens. And As to what's there, we'll find out when we come back from the break.
Hot damn.
An ambush? Who knows?
I don't know. We'll find
Well,
out.
I mean, last time was pretty much like that. Like, oh yeah, there's a chicken coop, there's pig pen, there's 4 invisible exploding ninjas.
Or it could just be, rather than an ambush, it could just be a bush, you know, just like a berry bush or.
Yeah.
Look, do not
Or an
not
ambush.
discount the violence and damage that boxwood hedges can do to you. Just
That's
saying.
true, actually. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true. That's true.
They can do some serious damage to you, and like you might end up with permanent scars because of them. But on that note, we will see you in a few minutes. Get yourself some more water, get yourself some refreshments, and because things are getting spicy here. We'll see you in a few. Bye bye. welcome back, everyone. We hope you are refreshed. We hope you are stretched, ready for the second half of our tonight's session of Romance of the Blue Rose. And while Delme, Whisper, Asen, and Vashard have approached this basically like homesteads, low ranch farmhouses, kind of with a courtyard around all of them to kind of give better shelter. You were not stealthing, correct? You're just walking up.
Yeah, because I am fully expecting, us to be shot at with a crossbow or something. But at the same time, if I'm wrong, then I'd rather not scare a bunch of farmers.
Yeah.
You are not shot at with a crossbow. But
Damn.
about 5, maybe 10 yards before you can approach like the gates of this, compound. It's not really like we think of like a negative compound. It's just for farming families that have come together as protection because there's nothing else for miles, kind of thing. Something you see a lot in various places in the U.S. and various other places. But there is the gates kind of open, and in the, you have the 2 hanging lanterns above the post, the picture, one of those Old West ranch gates kind of things that are slightly larger, and hanging from them are 2 lanterns, paper lanterns, not glass. You can see reflected in the light and just the fading reddish light of the sunset, of the final edges of twilight, a night person who kind of opens and swings the door in, the gate inward, kind of standing in the gate isn't all the way open, and he stands with his shoulder, next to the gate, his right shoulder next to the gate, so, that side can't be seen, and he kind of is just blocking the way, but not in a threatening manner. He probably about 6'5", 6'6", 6'8". His long dark hair pulled back, half up, half down. He's not wearing a shirt, but mostly you can see that it's that level of not wearing a shirt of someone who works outside all the time, so he's still wet, and his hair is wet, like he just came in from the fields and dunked his head in a horse trough kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. So what you're saying is hot. Okay, got it.
And he
there are a couple abs, 10, 12 abs.
Well,
yeah, but
less or more than Vashard? That is the question.
I mean, he's
compare.
The difference is, correct me if I'm wrong, but Vashard was built more lean.
He's lean muscle.
Yeah. This individual is perhaps might be better to be phrased as bulkier, slightly wider shoulders. Definitely more along the lines of like an Errol Flynn athletic build. Someone who definitely works for a living. And he definitely has a large tattoo of a bear and then other tattoos down his arm that you can see. As a night person, kind of, the thicker jaw, pointed ears, only one little fang that you can quasi see. Yes, he's in the dock now.
Delme will say, "Hi, as she approaches.
Evening.
We're with the Sovereign's finest, and we're looking if we could buy some extra supplies off of the fine folk who live here.
I feel like that's a communication roll. Persuasion.
Sure. Okay, I can do that.
Ooh.
Bad.
16. He takes a moment and kind of like does that slight evaluating. I mean, Avata on a wolfkin, because your eyes glow in the dark, it's really kind of obvious. And 2 wolves have rolled up on him, so he's taking a minute and he goes, all right. And he uses his left hand to push the door open further and moves his right away from the door. And you can see now that he had a very large, some sort of bladed weapon on probably a glaive or a pike of some sort that was behind the door.
Okay.
Devrim. And he'll shift the pike to his left hand and just kind of lean it against it and reach his right hand out to you.
Could you please repeat the name?
Devrim.
Devrim. Hi, Devrim. I'm Delmay. This is Bashard. This beautiful girl is Whisper. And that lovely boy is Asen.
He nods to each of you, and he nods to the wolves in the same level of greeting. And it's not like somehow... It's not in any way, patronizing. It's like, oh, okay, you're introducing me to your wolves. Obviously, they must be, maybe they're not riding, but they might be, intelligent animals of some sort, so...
Delmay instantly likes him. That's right. You treat Whisper Girl with respect.
Come in. We can find you what you're looking for, I guess. What do you need?
And Delmay will look to Vashard to fill in gaps, but honestly, at this point, we're running pretty low, and coffee, bread, eggs, the basics, anything, hard cheeses. I mean, I don't. If you have produce you're willing to sell, we can do that.
Well, eggs and cheese I might be able to handle. Don't know about the coffee. I've never much took a liking to it, so why don't you come in?
That's fair.
And
Delmay follows.
Yeah, I'll follow along.
both of you can roll perception empathy if you wish.
Oof.
That's actually not bad. He definitely seems... Vashard, you know that the way he's holding that glaive and the way he's, moving, he has some sort of training beyond being a farmer in the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
But he doesn't seem threatened or threatening. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
And the caution he was showcasing earlier wasn't personal. It was merely a trained individual who's retired to the middle of bumfuck nowhere.
He's got that quiet confidence of someone who knows how to take care of themselves, but doesn't need to show that off. Nice. Okay. Yeah.
But he also doesn't feel threatened, but he also isn't stupid enough to just you know, not ignore the possibility that something might be out there, because he knows that there are things out there.
Of course. And if I was a betting woman, I'd say Bashard has some questions about what's out there. I think, Delmay will proceed to make small talk as they go, how have these parts been recently? We've had kind of a colorful time on the road. Have you seen any unexpected action or weird things?
Not a whole lot going on out here, but have been interesting rumors circulating.
What kind of rumors? I love rumors.
Dead getting up and walking around.
Mm-hmm,
An invasion from Kern because wyverns are Look, there are some folk out here who've been out by themselves a little too long. And he leads you into like this ranch house, which is a very, single floor, wood walls, and kind of low hanging beams. At least for him, he kind of has to duck under a couple of them. But you see like a number of herbs strung across, some various other items like tacked up. Go ahead and, if you want to know any, like there's a couple chairs, a curtained off area that's probably a bedroom sort of area. And he leads you into what passes as like his kitchen, and then there's a door that leads, you can see into like what's a pantry. Well, he said y'all looking for eggs and cheese and
anything else you'd be willing to spare. As I said, we're worth the finest, so we can pay.
Yeah. There's a good number of us.
Rations running out. And he shifts the wall, he shifts the door, and he goes, well, and he kind of looks at you and goes, oh, I don't dislike you enough to shove hardtack on you.
Thank you.
Probably what we had with dinner. Some hardtack.
Yeah. We've had a lot of that lately. I'm assuming.
Well, I got some extra dried beans if you might be willing, and some rice not good yet, and don't got any flour, but I got some barley. That'll work for you.
We have a big group, but we only need about a week of supplies.
5 days, actually.
Yeah, even less.
Roll me perception seeing, either of you.
Can the
eyeballs.
wolfies do it?
Sure, but the wolfies might see something different.
That's true. Okay.
I will see nothing.
I think Whisper is on high alert, like I had said. So
yeah, the house itself doesn't look like there's much beyond him for habitation, but the minute you're in the pantry, you're like, oh, because he starts pulling out sacks, and he says he's got like a little bit of beans and barley to share with you. He's handing you 5-10 pound he's handing you 5 and 10 pound bags.
Wow.
And you can kind of look around and you realize this pantry is almost the size of half of this house.
You are well stocked, sir.
Never really got used to cooking for myself.
Yeah. Did you serve?
At one point, I was a member of the Order of the Rose, yes.
I will let both Pooja and Delme will let Vashar/Simon ask military questions. Because I don't know anything.
Wait, the roses, those are the knights, right?
Yes, they're the knights. And that
Where are you
might
stationed?
And that might be why he's used to carrying a big motherfucking glaive.
Yeah.
Mounted combat works better with a pointy thing that's further from you. I was out of Aldis and then further south along the basket for a while. War changes. Got restationed, reassigned. Finally retired out here. It's nice. It's quiet.
Safe.
No large animals per se, and people who are coming through or anybody who's a problem is, idiot bandits, thieves on the road. They're not many. And they're just folk who turn the wrong way, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you're not
Speaking
too
of-
far from the city?
If I wanted to go, I could, yeah.
Yeah.
Speaking of people to take a wrong turn,
Mm.
has there been anybody else aside from us lately? Say within the last week or so?
Mm. Nah, a couple Romas came through, bringing tales of wyverns flying over the mountains.
How ridiculous.
I figure since I didn't get ordered to pick up my stuff and report, that's entirely unlikely.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about an incoming wyvern invasion. For sure. And I have family in the city. We talk a lot. I think they would have mentioned something like that.
Yeah,
I think
not a
it's-
wyvern invasion.
Oh, I'm picking my words carefully.
I love it.
Would you like to roll that communication deception?
Well, it's true she hasn't heard of a wyvern invasion. Is it deception or persuasion?
I'll let you use persuasion.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yes.
He raises an eyebrow at you and then looks to Vishard and because he can kind of get the vibe that Vishard's slightly in command here.
Yeah. Dalme has no gravitas to her.
Should I be reorganizing my plans for the next week or two?
No, there's no need to fret about wyverns. But there has been a few closer to the Pavan Wield, but let's call them perhaps Kernish loyalists.
Well,
We met some of them, and I think because the scar from the last fight with them,
yeah.
there was something about that scar.
It was reacting to the violently exploding armor.
Yeah. But like, I'll show him like the scar. Like, just lift my shirt a bit.
Two shirtless men in this conversation. Soulmate in heaven?
He kind of takes a look at it. Interesting weapon did that. Well, anything else you need? Looks like that's healing okay, but,
Do you have any? Okay, out of character, did we find chicory?
yes.
Oh, we did. Okay. So
Yeah,
didn't
yeah,
ask
we did.
for it. Okay.
You have a lot of it, actually.
All right.
Yeah.
Vishard found a shit ton. By
Well, I think we're okay. Really just enough to tide us over until we get to town. So I think we're okay. And Dalme will look to Vishard because I suddenly realized that she has probably never done this type of food purchase in her life and has no idea what the appropriate amount to pay for pounds of food is because that ain't what she do. It's not how she grew up. Let's be real. Maybe back in the Pavin Wheel when she was younger, but it's been a long time.
But I don't think even then, because you were that young that you probably
Yeah,
weren't. You might
She
have
wasn't
done
doing
like
the shopping no matter what. Yeah. Instead of making the faux pas of like insulting somebody or putting down 10 times the amount one would normally pay, she's just gonna look at Vashard.
I figure, like, aside from the tokens, we probably have some coinage.
you do.
And Dagmay has coins on her too.
So yeah, I'll just ask him, what would you rather?
I figure the finest are good for it. You don't need to spend your money here.
Then I will hand him a Chuck E. Cheese token.
Yeah, you know, he'll take a second, he'll put the coin down, and he'll walk over to a shelf that's kind of offset from the kitchen. It's kind of hanging from the wall. They're like one of those old 3-rack shelves, and then at the bottom they're like hooks, but they're just like straight hooks, like coat hook kind of things. Reaches and pulls like a piece of paper and a small box off, and opens it up and writes out like a quick tally sheet really fast, and it's the various obvious notation of someone who's done this multiple times, probably on the other side from like being a member of the order. They carry their own gear, but if necessarily in the field they might, and he'll like just ask you to make a mark on that.
I figure like I know the mark.
Yeah, it's just to acknowledge your signature is basically all he's asking for.
Mm-hmm.
Vashard, since you're standing there as he's got this box open, can you roll me perception seeing again?
You know what? I'm gonna use a blessing.
I was gonna say,
Okay.
please do.
Even though I've never had any luck, I figure it's statistically improbable that I roll under a 7.
Hey, you didn't.
And with a 10, you're fine. You... There's a small miniature painting on the inside of this box. It's a person you recognize.
Who that? Oh, who that?
Brenmore Penry.
Where did you get this?
This? It's a history and a past long gone. But memories, right? Can't get rid of those.
Or me. I once met Brynmore.
Oh. Didn't think he was... Well, Wolfkin, what do I know? Yeah.
Delmay says, yeah, he's older than he looks.
Feels like it was yesterday.
And he'll take the painting out, and you don't even need to roll for it. Both of you can kind of see that kind of nostalgic affection and loss. That's that old feeling of loss. Yeah. So did he make you mad, or did he make you laugh? One of those two things had to happen at the same time.
The former.
Well, I feel from another friend who also weird thing. He had just come up on like our camp chat, but the other person who knew him, I'm pretty sure would say that made him laugh. Delmay's clearly talking about herself here. Because he did make her laugh.
He was good at both of those things.
I'm sorry for your loss.
Who knows? Might just be temporary still. No one's ever actually confirmed whether he's alive or dead.
Oh.
But, missing at sea.
That's frustratingly vague. I'm sorry.
Oh. I figured the finest are not what one might call the best at communicating, at least to outsiders. Anyways, anything else you, need? Want?
Oh, I think we've taxed on your hospitality for enough, and we should head back to the camp.
Well,
And,
if,
we reach your evening.
yeah. Well, if you need anything else, he kind of gestures around and is like, I ain't going nowhere. Well, unless they call me, but I figure you'd know about that before I do, so. And then
For
he'll
sure.
take the tally sheet and the painting, and he'll put the tally sheet in the box, and he'll slide the painting into one of, like, the front pocket of his pants, and then set the box on the...
Yes, well, if something changes and you do get called up, you now know where we'll be and how to get to us. So get in contact with us. So have a good night then.
And that. And he will escort you out, unless there's anything
Why?
else you need
Nice
from him
gentleman.
or want.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Yep.
As you make your way back to your camp, Ritka, what are you doing?
Well, keeping a very wary eye on everything. Keeping watch. Because we've already eaten dinner, you know.
Fedor and Dimitri are definitely still up and with you, kind of. Given the fact that Delmay's not there, Vashard's not there, and Cecilia's unconscious, they've kind of fallen into the habits that you've all
Oh,
established.
it's just us three. Yeah, we're just speaking in Kurdish. Yeah.
I imagine Russ is back and sleeping because he's got last watch.
Yeah, but even then, it's like they acknowledge you, but it's by this point, it's the only people who are awake are the three of you. You're speaking in Kurdish, and it's probably you've fallen into habits that you've had for 50, 60, 70 years of like
Long
being
time,
on camp, in camp together, you know.
Oh, yeah.
But go ahead and roll me that perception seeing.
Eyeballs activate. 12.
12. Nothing in the
Yep.
dark. In maybe 40 minutes, close to an hour after they left, you begin to see Delmay and Bashard coming back. Oh, slightly more burdened than when they left.
Mm-hmm.
The wolf boys help. And girl, boy, girl.
The
With the
wolfies.
carrying.
Sack of beans. Just whoop. I can help carry things. Oh, good. You were able to get supplies.
Yes. I guess Delmay will look over to see if Russ was awake.
She probably starts to say something and then swaps to Alden and then says that because she just fell into the habit of just
Yeah.
Kurdish.
We'll have to tell Russ when he's awake, but the very nice man that we met who gave us all of this food was a close attachment of the man we met in the past.
Oh, interesting.
What are the chances?
Is he still dead?
I mean, lost at sea is what Devlin
Interesting.
was
I'll have to
told.
ask. I'll have to ask Ross if that is what happened.
Yeah.
previously, or at least that was the story, or if the story has changed.
I wonder if Penry was fond of this area, and that's why Devram chose to retire here.
Perhaps.
Nice guy, though. Real buff. You would have liked
Really?
it. Oh, yeah. Kind of, buff in the, 100% local beef kind of way.
Wow. Impressive. Yeah.
Yeah.
I watched the camp. Hung out with these two. Gestures to Fedor and Dimitri.
Any sign of consciousness from Cecilia, or is she still sleeping?
Not as far as I can tell, but I'm also not a doctor.
She didn't yell
woken
out.
up.
Yeah.
No.
Fair enough. Okay, well then, I think Delmy will help herself to food, and depending on what else happens, eventually make ready for bed, since she's not taking first watch either.
You are on middle watch. I will wake you both up when it is time.
Okay.
Fedor, you should get some sleep. I think Ritka sits on Carnage while he sleeps for her watch. So she gets a nice vantage point.
Mhm.
So, who has first? Fedor and Ritka have first watch?
Dimitri and Ritka, because we
Dimitri and
decided
Ritka.
Fedor would be better with Russ than Dimitri. Dimitri would probably just pester Russ.
So, Dimitri
Which,
will wait.
while Ritka thought it was funny, thought maybe not.
Dimitri will wait for Delmay and Vishard to kind of go as much to sleep as they can, which by the and then Russ is asleep, and then kind of lean over in your shoulder and go in Kurnish say, "So you're planning to attend an orgy, I see."
I would like to, yes. It has been far too long. I have been in Aldis for 5 years. Well, I would say nothing, but there was one thing with Cecilia at one time. But
Really? So you're already preparing for this orgy?
That was kind of a spur of the moment thing. I was impersonating my sister, so I was trying not to really get laid particularly much because I didn't know her proclivities. And especially if she'd already been with someone, then that would be a dead giveaway, So, but she was very drunk. We were both very intoxicated at the time. It was kind of a...
So, now it's on you, and you have your time, and you can do what you want.
Yes, I have not been to an orgy since the last one in Karn that I was at.
And that wasn't a very good orgy.
No, it was not.
So, alright then. So... And he pauses, and you know Dimitri. It's like he pushes the line, but he doesn't necessarily cross over it.
Uh-huh.
Because in Kern you can't, because that's a good way to get dead.
Mm-hmm.
But he takes a moment and he goes, "So what are the odds that Fedor and I actually come out of this whole thing alive?"
Mm-hmm. Well, people in all this are very nice. Generally speaking, they're far less harsh in punishments and the like that I have seen. However, I don't even know my own fate in all of this, as far as living or not goes for myself. Myself, Carnage, and you two, I think we are all in the same boat, as they like to say.
I think you're slightly better off. You've ingratiated yourself very well.
Well, perhaps, but these are not the people who are going to be making the decisions.
No, but these are the people they will be listening to.
True. You two have been very well behaved in Carnage. I think Carnage has made quite an impression on a couple of them.
I mean, Carnage is just... He's Carnage, what do you expect?
Mm-hmm.
I've been attempting to be restrained. I haven't even murdered anybody in weeks.
Noticed. You're doing a very good job. It's. I know exactly what you're going through, and it's very, very difficult. But at least you're not going through it alone.
That is a positive. I'm sorry you had to go through it alone.
It's alright, I survived. I can survive that. I can survive basically anything, I think. So.
While this conversation is ongoing, can you roll me? Yeah, eyeballs, please.
Yep. You 13. Lucky number 13.
Still nothing moving in the dark, but can you roll me a psychic shield, please?
No, of course. I'd love to. Yeah. Give me a second. I gotta get to that. Arcana. Psychic shield. Oh, that's real bad. Oh god. Yeah, I can't roll that high. So I was gonna spend a point to reroll, but I mean, yeah, I can't roll that high. So.
You are in the middle of this conversation with Dimitri, and then suddenly you're not.
Oh boy.
You can just still hear like that background sound of Dimitri talking at you, but that's not the overwhelming, and that's not what you see. Again, you're on a balcony.
And I think if that happens, she'll just try to do just raise her hand a bit, like the old signal, like even if it's just a few inches off of Carnage's back, just to be like, something's up, to give us that signal to Dimitri.
Go ahead and roll me either. Let's say you could roll strength psychic.
Oh, strength psychic, not like strength might.
No, not might.
Okay, I'll just roll straight strength then.
Yeah. If you have psychic 15, you can move your arm. It's very slow. It doesn't feel. It feels like moving through
like jello or jelly.
No, not even. It's like when you're standing in a deep in a river or deep in the ocean, you're moving against the current.
Against the current. Gotcha.
And,
yeah, but that's what her goal is, to give some physical signal to Dimitri.
You're
even if it's slow, he'll get it eventually.
Yeah, you feel that slowness and it hurts, and you come through it. You're pretty sure that he got the answer because he doesn't stop talking at you.
Oh,
But like the tone slightly shifts.
Cool.
In that tone.
Yeah, and I can't hear what he's saying. I just hear the tone shift. Cool.
Yeah,
that's it.
You don't see this open plains anymore. You see a balcony, and a house. Your house.
Oh boy.
Well, your father's house.
Yes. Evil dad. Evil dad, but nice dad.
Evil nice dad.
Yeah.
Your that balcony that's off the ballroom.
He loves that balcony.
It's table and chairs are set up along different places. The moon is out in full. There's a party going on behind you. And Vashard is standing overlooking this balcony, dressed in that formal uniform of the Knights of the Skull that you remember from the formal events that your father would host.
And she's got her fancy Skull Knight dress on. Yep.
Either that or one of your other fancy dresses. You can hear the music from the ballroom.
I think she just tenses up for a moment. Mentally. Her mental self tenses up. Look around. Look at Bashard. Look back. Look at Bashard. Like, this does not compute.
Vishard reaches a hand out to you, as if to invite you to dance.
The shard.
Cut away for a moment, Vishard.
Yeah, I was gonna say. What?
Yeah,
Where am I? Am I sleeping?
yeah, you're dreaming.
Dreaming. Oh boy.
You are dreaming. I don't know where you start your dream, but can you roll me a psychic shield?
Oh, God, fucking. So I have to first, like, roll the spell.
Yes.
That's a 12.
Hey.
Yeah. You are dreaming. You know you and you know you're dreaming. It's that level of dreaming, right? You are standing on a balcony. These large French, almost story and a half tall French doors with plate glass interwoven through them, open. Like 4 or 5 of these sets of doors open onto this balcony. It runs along this entire almost side of this house. There's a full moon above you. You can hear the strains of a orchestra from the inside, strings, dance music of some sort, perhaps a waltz, perhaps a some sort of dance, maybe a minuet. I feel like a minuet would be more appropriate. Somehow I don't think Kern is really in. I feel like they go either from minuet to tango somehow, and nothing really in between.
Yeah. Or if it is a waltz, it's a Viennese waltz, has to be fast. Yeah.
Yeah, you hear that kind of music, ballroom dance music coming through. You can see Ritka coming out. Her hair is long, almost to like the middle of her back. Or
yeah,
longer.
almost hip length probably. Yeah.
Hip length. She's dressed in... What is she wearing?
The thing on Pinterest.
Yeah, basically.
Nice.
Thank you. This long red sheath dress with large... Look, I'm just gonna put this in there because I knew.
Yeah, and it's got a nice slit.
Yeah.
In it, but the
All right. Well, let
bodice
me
has nice-
find one very quickly.
No.
Look.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference. You are already wearing something, sir.
You are. You're wearing a Knight of the Skull formal uniform. And this is my house.
Yeah,
so.
this is her house, and so she doesn't have to.
Peak Kernish fashion, but still. Yeah, I just have a Pinterest board of Bolt Knight things. It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine. We keep these for reasons. We have here it is. It's picture this in. I'm just going to create, do this. So this is what people are wearing. Picture this in black.
Ooh.
Very formal uniform, large sash, gold, a number of ornaments, high collar, a very, Chinese, East Asian military collar, different, very stylized. And you reach your hand out to invite Ritka to dance.
And she just goes, the shard?
So I know I'm dreaming.
You know you're dreaming, but at the same time, this feels so real and so right. This is what is supposed to be.
Ritka.
And she has her hand out like she wants to take your hand, but she's like questioning some things.
Wasn't my hand already extended?
Mm-hmm. And she just does this slight tilt of the head and like a narrowing of the eyes, like she's like looking at you, like she's like, "Is this actually Vishard, or is this imposter Vishard?"
Is everything okay, Rika?
You tell me, Vishard. She'll take your hand. Did not realize you had ever been to my house in Kern.
Maybe you've always wanted me to be at your house in Kern.
Fuck it, let's dance. She's like, well, I can't pull myself out of this. I might as well have a good time. And she'll just pull you out into the dance floor.
It is almost exactly as you remember Ritka. Vishard, it's beautiful swirls of color and light. Everyone, there's an austerity, but there's a formality and a beauty in that austerity.
Mm-hmm.
The orchestra is playing from one of the balconies above, overlooking the ballroom. You see, as you spin, Fedor and Dmitri leaning against one of the pillars, you know, not touching and not quite implying such, but definitely with a couple drinks in hand and smirking and chatting with a few of the girls and, you know, local noblewomen who are here. You see Dalme dancing with someone you can't quite make out. See Cecilia talking with your father, engaged in a very academic conversation. It feels real and right. You hear the sounds of the strings. You see as you spin, two figures appear at the top, the door of the ballroom.
Oh.
Lady Talus in a long black dress. The Lich King on her arm. Or she on his.
Yeah.
Gracing your family with their appearance. But Ritka, you did manage to tell Dmitri that something was wrong.
Yeah, I did.
So we're gonna cut away from this dance and this ballroom. Delme, you and Russ are both awoken by frantic Dmitri and Fedor.
What? What's going on?
They're not waking up and she can't hear me anymore.
I take to the sky and do Overwatch.
I look at my I look at my spells.
And this is the first time you've seen Dmitri be serious.
Yeah. So is there any kind of mind reading or heart reading that I can do that's not like sorcery, just to kind of like see if they're in distress?
I would say second sight might work here. If
Second
you're
sight,
just
okay.
trying to see, like, if they're, you know, if there's some sort of distress or if there's some sort
Yeah.
of magic working, that would be second sight, yeah.
Oh.
Or psychic perception.
15 on second sight.
With a 15, there's definitely magic going on. there's a magic that's joined Vishard and Ritka, and it's pulling them into their sleep.
Is it the same color as the threads that are going out from them into the whatever?
It's not the same color because it's not the same type of magic, but it has the same flavor, perhaps of the same caster.
Oh, shit. I need Cecilia for this.
Look, I don't do the magicy thingy me, Fedor. We kill things, stab. We're really good at the stabbing. The magic didn't... Look, let's be honest, I look pretty and I stab things. I don't magic things.
I barely do the magic. And on a whim, not a whim, I think she's going to try to focus and cast Ward. Does Ward interrupt ongoing magic? Because it does cause interference with Arcana. Does it cause interference with Arcana that's already in place? Okay, yes. So she is going to cast Ward.
6, 11,
13.
Do I want... you know what? I'm going to use another one of my convictions.
There's still one in chat.
I'll leave that for somebody else who needs it. I have a lot of individual conviction. I'll use another one and try this again. Once again, this is, by the way, my wild arcana.
Yeah, I was like, if we time travel, that's one way to break the condition.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
Did I roll the exact same
thing?
I sure did.
Yes, you did.
Just in reverse order on
but
the
in
dice.
reverse. Yeah.
I did it. It was a 5-3-2 and a 2-3-5. Okay, well, that's...
You feel the magic waver, but you can't break it.
Mm-hmm.
You think... I need you to roll a d10.
Okay.
Because you did cast Wild Arc. You did cast Meditative.
I sure did. I sure did. 3.
Let me consult my... I have to consult my chart. Hold, please.
Please hold.
That's not ominous.
Look, I have a player who has wild magic. Are you fucking kidding? I made a chart. I made a table. We're gonna cut back into the stream. Vishard, you and Ritka are dancing.
Can you put the music back? Because that was really nice music.
Wait, it stopped? It shouldn't have stopped.
It
Sorry.
did. I think it just played once.
I think it's just not a repeat.
Okay.
But it was really pretty. I liked it a lot.
There we
I was
go.
like, ooh.
Oh, it should be.
Oh, no wonder I liked it a lot. It's Tchaikovsky. Yeah.
I was like... as Vishard, you and Ritka are dancing, you also see Delme and Fedor and Dimitri, and then you hear the doors open.
Cecilia, yeah.
Cecilia talking to Ritka's father. You see the doors open, and the figure of Lady Talus, who you have seen before. Tall, this gorgeous black dress, with this long black cape and train, small crown of obsidian and silver on her head, on the arm of a figure you've only heard stories of the Lich King.
Mm-hmm.
She is absolutely gorgeous to you, but somehow also the second most important person in your life.
Wait, Talus is the second person?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so.
Well, but then the question is, who's the most important person?
I don't think so.
She reaches a hand out to you in a maternal, almost summoning gesture.
I will bid Ritka to wait a moment. Mommy is calling me.
She does that thing where she's like doesn't want to let go. She just holds you. You sure?
I mean, okay, so I know it's a dream. Do I have control
And
of
it
myself?
feels right, and it feels so nice and warm and fuzzy and good. But
Can you roll me willpower self-discipline? And in this particular instance, because of things you did in canon, in your timeline yesterday, during the day, stop. I was going to say you get a +2, so...
I'm gonna use. Do we still have a blessing, gang?
we have a blessing. Yes, we do.
Can
have that
I
blessing.
burn it?
Yes.
Can I burn the
burn
blessing?
it with a +2? Yeah.
13.
13.
No, you know what? I'm gonna spend a point of conviction. I'm gonna do it again. All right, for a 15.
15, because you did actually channel the divine a little bit yesterday. You personally channeled, so that will gave you a +2 in this particular instance, not in any others.
Yeah.
You know this isn't real. You know this is a dream. You're in that dream state where you're kind of outside yourself, and your body wants to walk to her as if it's the most natural thing in the world. But you can stop yourself if you choose.
Yeah, and Redka wouldn't be grabbing you completely. She just had like your sleeve on that one. Like, we have like the arm on the shoulder. She just have the sleeve a little bit.
Can you describe the room again, particularly any exits?
There's the exit to the balcony that you just came into and from. It's a large ballroom. Picture the ballroom at the Peterhof Palace in St. Petersburg. If you've seen Anastasia, the animated, the long... You've got the large stairwell that kind of comes in on both sides to a landing that comes down. The Lich King and Lady Talus are currently standing on that landing. You're at the other end. There are figures dancing gracefully.
Wow, along my memory.
I'm gonna sing that on you.
It's okay.
Yeah.
We love you, Don Bluth. And you've got a couple. There's the door out to the balcony. There's another couple doors off to the side of the colonnade to the other side, further into the household. And then there's another door at the far end of the ballroom that would lead away.
Okay. I will, because I somehow know this is a dream. I will
And I think
force.
even though she says that to Vishard, she cannot take her eyes off of the Lich King, because that's, big deal there.
Okay, there are two things I can do. I will. Go to the balcony. Balcony's outside, right? Or you're talking about like a mezzanine?
No. There's the balcony on the inside where the orchestra is playing, but there is the balcony out to the. That overlooks the
To
garden.
outside.
The gardens.
Yeah.
To the
Okay.
gardens.
Yeah. Good.
Garden.
That's exactly where I'm going.
So do you do any acknowledgement to Lady Talus's very obvious public command to come here?
No, I think knowing this is a dream, it's kind of like that same reaction you could have to like night terrors, where like there's the monster there, but the only thing you can do is not look at it. So that's what I'm gonna do. Like, pointedly avoid her and walk. Technically, I'm trying to run, right? But I don't know, like, it's a dream, so I don't know if I'm gonna like
You're
run
not
in
gonna get
molasses
to
or
run.
some
You
shit.
you have enough willpower to turn away from her and walk away from her, but you don't have enough power to run. Ritka, what are you going to do as you watch Vishard go out to the balcony?
I don't watch because I'm not looking at him. I just feel a little relieved that he goes.
Vishard, you walk out to the balcony. Ritka, you stand inside.
Yeah, I think she might take a couple of steps back, but again, it's the Lich King, and she knows she knows she's not dreaming because she wasn't asleep, so she doesn't know what is totally happening here, but she's been conditioned for so long to in regards to the Lich King, more so than even Lady Talus, that it's just one of those really difficult kind of like core parts of her being that it's hard to shake.
Oh, wait a second. God damn it.
What? Why did you re-roll it?
I go back to grab Ritka.
I mean, you can definitely, it doesn't take anywhere near as much willpower to walk back inside.
I know.
So you go back for
I
Ritka.
might fuck myself over, but yes.
Oh no.
We're gonna cut away for a moment. Russ! You've been awakened by Fedor,
And
not Dimitri, because
Because they can read a room.
well,
they can. They don't
'cause
choose too often, but they can.
He woke both Delmay and myself, and I went up to the sky and did Overwatch.
You went up to the sky and did Overwatch.
Because like she went to deal with stuff on the ground, and I went because they're like something's wrong. So I went up, and she went down.
Can I ask you to roll perception seeing?
Uh-huh. Uh, 18.
There isn't anything that wasn't there before. There's no strange figures in black. There's no Lady Talus hasn't suddenly shown up on the plains of Aldis. You know, the lights that were on the farmhouse have gone out. I mean, it's late enough now that it's, you know, farmer's hours. He actually did go to sleep, and you know. But you see Delmay cast this ward. And you see this ripple of magic. I would like Russ. I'm going to tell you this. You're not going to get a roll of defense because it's a response to the wild magic happening. Is that okay?
Sure.
I need Russ to describe what Russ would look like as a humanoid in this ballroom.
Wait, what?
Oh. Oh no.
What did I do?
You sent Russ into the Dreamlands, apparently.
The
Let's see.
humanoid.
This is some like Casper
Because
shit.
there are no Ryan
They
and,
killed most
and
of them.
Kern. All of them. Yes.
Yes. So
as
because
a
you
side
weren't
note
going
for
to
anyone who
get
didn't
you're
pick
not
it up-
going to get him killed. Like he has to be there somehow, and since the Rhyhawk isn't going to,
Yeah.
Well, no, yeah. That
so
would,
Russ,
everyone in the ballroom would just instant turn to murder. It just yeah.
Give me a moment. I have to look up something. I've got to figure out what race he'd be if he were not Raiden.
Okay.
So what you're saying is that the Kernish folk are jerks.
I mean, your
Yeah.
your options in
Yes.
Kern to not draw attention are human,
Night person.
Vatasha, night person.
Yeah, but the choice is
Is
not.
Delmay
to not-
getting looks?
The question is
As-
not.
Oddly enough, no, but it's a little weird for you.
But the question wasn't what would you be if you had a choice in order to not draw attention.
No,
It would be,
it's- I'm
what
just-
would you be
I'm-
if you weren't a.
I'm giving you
Right
more
then.
information. That's it.
It'd be one of those three, but based on the setting, is what. Yeah.
I'll tell you what Russ would be.
But I'm also saying
Hey,
what
awesome.
Russ could also choose to be something else.
Yeah, that's true.
Russ is handsome. He's a handsome
Probably Uh, the other race that is closest to the eternal dance would be sea folk. So he'd probably be a sea folk.
So in
'Cause they're
that
the-
case, how to pull this awkwardly? Okay.
Because they're the ones who
Vishard.
sort of remember the closest towards like what it was like before they left the eternal dance. It is said.
Yeah. I'm working with things here. Vishard, as you turn to go back and get Ritka, you make eye contact with one of the servants at the side of the ballroom, the wait staff. Sea person? Not. There are very few you know in Kern. They live in the lake, but they usually end up serving the big noble families for major events. His eyes are a little different. They glow, just a little yellow. There's a redness in his hair. Kind of hangs down with the large aquatic ears and the gills on the side of his neck.
Probably thinking about the colors. We've got what?
Would he be? Oh no, sorry.
Gold eyes, probably. Hair that is probably like a golden blonde with some red. Skin tone is probably like a bit of probably a greenish tint.
Dressed in the serving uniforms of the livery of the household. You know this servant, Vishard.
Do I recognize that it is Russ, or it's just like a feeling of I know this person?
At the moment, you just feel like you know this person. Russ, you know you're in a dream. You know you have legs, which is really weird for you. You see...
Hands.
You make eye contact with Vishard, and you know that you have an opportunity to knock them out of this. But you have to... But how you choose to do so... You also know that things can happen in dreams, even if they're dreams.
I think Russ is going to be confused because this is a whole different body and he doesn't really know what that's all about. And is going to sort of basically sort of be in a little bit of shock trying to assess what it means to be with legs and arms. That's very strange. So I think that like that's like it's a different body. It's a real different body. And like everything is different. It's I think it'll take a bit to acclimatize to what it is like to be in a completely different body, and also it's like a whole different thing for a moment. So I think he'd have to figure out what it means to what this is, right? Like he'll have to.
And what for you
Yeah.
takes minutes, half an hour, however long it takes Russ to acclimatize is heartbeats, maybe even less, to that eye contact that you've made with Vishard. Dreams are strange and time is amorphous. And you know that you can knock them out of it.
Except that Russ doesn't know how, and he's not a person that has had schooling, and he's not really, he's not educated in these things, so he doesn't actually know how he could ever do that. And it's, so he's just
Roll me willpower, either faith.
mm, 16.
Nice.
You're pretty sure that you could do one of two things immediately. If you started to glow, it would chase away anything that's corrupted. Or if you forced a psychic connection with someone that you have a stronger bond with, they could force the call to end, perhaps.
He doesn't know if he can actually glow in this body.
With the 16, you know you can do that.
What is happening? Like, what is this?
It's a dance. The Lich King stands with Lady Talus on his arm. Lady Talus is a hand out, gesturing in a kind of maternal summons towards Vishard. Vishard is a hand on Ritka, as if he's half turned towards the balcony, as if he's trying to get away. Ritka is staring riveted at the Lich King. The music is still playing, but the dancing seems to be slowing down. And the other figures around, their faces and figures are sort of hazy. Not real. You know it.
I assume I have a tray of some sort.
You do. I would say of champagne flutes. Well, excuse me, saucers. Let's be appropriate, age appropriate.
Saucers. I think I would take my tray over to Vishard.
Mm-hmm.
I go, sir? And sort of hand him, present him with the tray.
Do we know each other?
Yes. There might be a way out of this. You told me that you could bring forth purifying light, and I think that you should do that right about now.
Vishard, mentally, right now, in the present, conscious center of the dream, you're very questioning of that. That makes no sense to you. You've been a vampire for decades.
But I still know it's a dream.
But you still know it's a dream. But it's that level of, you know it's a dream.
It's dissonance.
It's the dissonance that's happening. Between what the dream says is real and what you know is not.
Mm-hmm.
I believe in you. I know
You know
can
it's a
do
dream,
this.
but what's real?
That's true. Who?
Yeah. And I
Who
put
are
my
you?
hand awkwardly on his shoulder. You can do it. You can resist this.
Vishard, willpower faith or willpower self-discipline?
Well, it's going to be willpower faith, but he's still trying to process the whole
Mm-hmm.
So clearly this is someone I know, but I don't
Recognize.
Yeah, and I might just in the dream know them, not know them in the waking world. But they believe in me. Oh, it didn't add my
So
faith.
plus 2
so-
for faith is 13, and the plus 2 because you are still blessed is a 15.
Yes.
You're pretty sure what he just said is correct, and you could do it.
I was going to fly out the window with Ritka.
There's more than just Ritka here. And I don't know if that'll get you out of the dream. I'm here too. Maybe others.
Who exactly are you?
The body's different, but you know me as Russet.
Oh, damn.
Russet's been dead for 30 years, maybe?
Ah.
You
Yeah.
died.
Probably. But you don't want to stay here.
Well, I don't want to stay near her, and I'll point to Lady Talus.
Well, listen. I have a lot of faith. And I know that you do. And I think you need a bit of a win right now. And I would like to see you dig deep inside yourself and reconnect, well, with the light. Because I know it's been struggling, and I want you to do this. Because I know you can. And I'm here right beside you when you do it.
Do I remember how to do it? Out of game, not asking for us.
Yes. You remember
Okay.
how to do it. You remember all of it. It's there. You know this is a dream, and you know outside of that you haven't lost that yet. Russ, roll me persuasion. Communication persuasion.
Okay, I don't have that, but I have leadership.
Oh, even better. Roll that. Roll me communication leadership. Hey, Russ, you're going to roll communication leadership?
No.
Really, Russ?
It just says that leadership counts as guiding, directing, and inspiring others. I'm trying to be inspiring.
Wow.
Oh,
I
that
wonder if
sounds
that's
like you're
leadership.
rolling
Yeah.
leadership.
Well,
Are you mechanically rolling the focus leadership,
I'm so
Russ?
proud of you.
Do it.
Do it.
15.
Yeah.
Vishard, you will get a +1 on your willpower to try and do this, in addition to the +2 you get from the guiding light.
Then I will. Well, normally, like purifying light, I don't have to roll anything. So what should I roll?
Oh yeah, because it's a
The other people have to resist it.
I need you to just make an Arcana roll in general, because it's going to be what her target to roll against. To keep you
This
in
is
the
a
dream.
talent. Oh, let's see.
Yeah, but which stat?
So she has to roll 12 plus his willpower.
So
Yeah, normally that's what it is.
So roll willpower faith.
16, because it didn't add the
17,
faith.
18.
So 16, 17 with Russ.
17 with Russ.
And 3 stunt points.
And 3 stunt points. Do you want to use those 3 stunt points to boost your score?
Yeah, those would be like in arcane.
Mm-hmm. So it'd be like, just as what I'm using.
Bump it to 20.
Oh yeah, okay, because I can just like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I will, because I care about you, because of a relationship, I can give you another stunt point. Because of you, because we have a relationship.
Because we have a relationship.
Yeah, and you are also part of the Sovereign's Finest, so I'll use that relationship as well. So I'll give you another 2 stunt points.
So
you can make
22?
that 22.
Wait, but that would give me 5 stunt points.
The
Okay.
ballroom, what does it look like, Vishard, when you, in this formal Death Knight uniform, your hair slightly longer than it usually is, tied with small Q with the black ribbon at the back of your neck, suddenly start to glow?
Oh shit. I just don't remember which. Is it a game or a movie? But like, I would imagine him like rising up in the air with like beams of light breaking through the armor.
Mm.
And sort of like how Sauron dies at the start of like in the flashback at the start of Fellowship. So like the armor just like as the like pierces everywhere.
And as the light pierces, Ritka, the light pierces and starts shattering. The image of this ballroom starts to fracture and twist, and it shatters like a window itself.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
Delme,
when she'd be able to turn and
yes, that's
look
the
at
moment
Vishard.
you turn to look at Vishard, who is glowing. Delme,
Mm.
you and Fedor and Dimitri are watching. By the way, Russ, Dimitri caught you when you fell out of the sky, because he's nice that way.
Hmm.
And is currently like holding Russ awkwardly because he's like, I don't think Russ likes me, but so I'm not gonna be like really cuddly, but at the same time it's like he understands like consent, but at the same time it's like, I caught you when you fell out of the sky, dude. Sorry.
Yeah.
You could just drop him on the ground. It's
Yeah, it's like he
ironic.
doesn't feel that that's appropriate.
Rude.
It'd be
Yeah.
rude. So Dimitri caught Russ. Fedor is standing next, staring on full guard. He's pulled Ritka's sword and is standing over Ritka and Vishard starts to glow.
I've seen Russ glow, right?
Yes, and you've seen Vishard glow. You saw
I've seen
Vishard
Vishard
glow
glow too.
earlier today.
Yes, I think Delme immediately is like, "Oh, good. I think he's fighting from the inside." And if nothing changes in a while, she's gonna try to cast ward again. But now that she feels better that Richard is fighting from the inside.
You will see the glow expand out over Vishard and kind of over Ritka, and then all of a sudden break, and that's when Vishard and Ritka will wake up.
Oh, thank goodness.
I think Ritka just looks around, like blinking for a moment, because what a jarring transition.
Yeah. Hi, you're awake.
And then she looks for Dimitri. Oh, good, you got
And
my...
Russ will wake up at the same time, right? Everybody wakes up at the same time. I'm sorry, I should have mentioned the fact that Russ is being held by Dimitri.
Yeah, they moved Ritka over. Yeah.
And Dimitri does one of these, like, holds
Immediately
out.
flaps, right? Flap, like shoots up to the sky. It's like flap.
What? You were enchanted or something, and Russ fell out of the sky, and Cecilia's still asleep.
And she looks at Dimitri and is just like, oh, good, you got what I was trying to say. Thank you. And then she looks at Vishard.
What happened?
Are you all right?
Yeah, that was just a very strange dream. You were there. And you were there.
Okay, I was on watch, and I was...
Did you fall asleep on watch?
No, I could still hear Dimitri talking. Something broke through my psychic shield. And then I saw you were there, and I wasn't sure if you were just a fabrication of whatever illusion most likely Lady Talus put out, or if it was you. But if you were there too, then it seems we were both there.
When I did a second sight, the hand that cast the magic seemed similar.
It was Lady Talus then.
And did she cast through Vishard onto you?
I don't know. I just know I was talking with Dimitri and watching. I was very vigilant on watch, and then suddenly it felt like I was being drawn into something after my psychic shield broke. I tried to give a physical signal before I completely lost awareness.
That's
terrifying. And it gives another good job nod to Dimitri. Thankfully, Dimitri was able to pick up on it, it seems, and alert you all.
I'd
You're-
like to cast Second Sight on Vashard to
Cool.
see if he still has fang sickness or not.
Russ, you were in the dream too? You fell from the sky.
Russ cannot speak to you. We're not in a psychic call. He's
Oh,
just-
right.
Because he cannot. He has no vocal cords. Not like that.
Nod.
Mm-hmm. And she's like, right, because she's still so discombobulated a little bit from that, because it was really nice. But at the same time, it was really not.
10, 12.
Yes, he's still suffering from fang sickness at the same level he was earlier. No change.
Okay. So it is not better or worse.
Mm-hmm.
That's
An
good.
open call.
You have a group call. Are you bringing Fedor and Dimitri into this group call? Just so I know.
Britta wants to, but she doesn't know if how certain members of the group would feel about that.
You can
So
bring in 6 people total.
Yeah. Well, Cecilia's out, so I can
Yeah.
bring them both in technically.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well,
because if
and,
they
I mean,
decide
to be-
that they don't want them in the group call, they can just leave and start a new one. So they were very helpful in this.
They
And this
did.
might be
Yeah,
stuff
they
that
woke-
concerns them too. So yeah,
So
I'll bring both of them in. Because Cecilia's
can
not
you-
there.
tell us what happened in there, and we can tell you what we saw out here. We don't have to repeat it all for the camera, but
Yeah,
Mhm.
no, just dancing scene.
It was at my house in Karn. She'll give like elaborations for Dimitri and Fedor because they would have a better mental image.
Um,
That almost sounds like. And then
but we were in the future
why do you
'Cause I
think you were in
knew-
the future?
because I knew Russ had been dead for a while. Also, I was a vampire.
So your nightmare future. Okay.
I figured that's what it was.
Ritka just doesn't say anything, but has a slight look on her face of like, didn't feel like a nightmare.
I mean, if Lady Talus enchanted you, this is the future she wants you to think
but I
you have to have.
but and this is where then Dimitri will poke it. It's like he didn't start reacting till after I couldn't talk to Ritka anymore. That's when I
Oh.
woke you up.
So it went from Ritka to him, maybe. Ritka went out first?
Right. Well, as far as we can tell, he was already asleep.
He was
so-
sleeping, but he may not have been in the dream.
He started
That's
to turn over and like he was.
Did
Look,
he?
Vashard, I've been hanging around with you. You don't move in your sleep, at least not very much. But you started moving, which is
Turning.
weird.
Okay, so
Yes, so there was a dance. You were present, Del May. You were dancing with someone, I don't know who. Cecilia was talking with my father about
And-
research. And then Lady Talus and the Lich King made an appearance.
I guess it makes sense that it came through you because you said your psychic shield was broken. And I guess she has that bond with Vashard already. So
She
there's-
called for Vashard in the dream, but he left. He was able to leave.
That's great.
Both Fedor and Dimitri give you the mental, like physically and mentally and psychically, that major eyebrow raise, like, and they turn as
Whoop.
No.
no.
And they turned into a
actually-
snap camera.
I was like, it was really cute, funny just watching.
It was
I
so
turned into-
intense. It was so
Turned into
intense.
a
It's just like
ball.
the camera just goes.
They
Yeah.
they turned to you jointly and say you were a vampire, but you managed to ignore her commands.
Mhm.
None of her thralls have ever been able to do that.
Yeah, but it was just a dream. It was just me in a corner. And then, I became a spotlight.
Thank you.
That's right. He broke the dream.
And Russ made me find my religion.
Hey,
Oh.
Rust, is that
Russ
why you
was
fell
a
out of the
sea
sky?
person.
I'm sorry, what? I didn't see that.
Oh, Rust fell out of the sky. Because Dimitri and
Are you
Fedor were both.
Are you
both of-
alright, Russ? Are you hurt? Physically? From your skyfall?
Yeah.
You crumb, you tumble.
Yeah. I'm fine. That Skyfall,
But you were pulled into the dream after waking.
Uh-huh.
Huh. Well, out here, after I was woken up, I tried to cast Ward to block the Arcana, but it was too powerful. And,
Russ, did you go into the dream before or after Delme cast Ward?
After.
Interesting.
Well, I guess she still has an interest. I don't know if that's a good thing.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
my money's on no.
Yeah.
Senior Envoy Vishard. Dimitri, by the way, turns to you and says, Senior Envoy Vishard, would you say that this is a moment that requires for medicinal intervention of a alcoholic variety?
Oddly enough, no.
Ritka
Are
has a
you
look on her face that says
sure?
otherwise. She's
Delme's flask is already out.
I'm just extremely confused.
Oh.
I don't think drinking is going to help.
I mean,
with
that's
anything.
fair. I was more in the panicked concern that about other things.
No, this was just a dream.
Ritka just gives a nod, like, uh-huh.
It was just a dream that I couldn't wake you from and made Russ fall out of the sky. And you had to glow like a spotlight to get out of.
And I was not asleep.
And Vitka was awake.
As would I.
And
Russ
there
just
was an actual spell cast on you, as my second sight showed me.
And
So
Russ
it was
just
not a dream.
See,
lands
this
on
is
Bashard's
what-
shoulder.
This is what happens when I don't overthink stuff, right?
No.
It can't just be just a dream. It has to be everything.
Yeah,
Well-
if we were all asleep, I would say it was just a dream, but my psychic shield was broken.
I think this, in this case, was
And I'll just, like,
Lady Talus fucking
casually
Ritka.
reach out for the flask from Delme.
Yeah. And Delme's like, that was just Lady Talus fucking with Ritka.
But
Pass it back.
if she can do all of that, what's to prevent her from just forcing me to walk the Kern then?
You're not
It's
a
not
vampire
fun
yet.
for her.
And it's not fun for her, but you're not a vampire yet either.
She could order any of her vampires to do anything. That's...
I mean, if toying with you and Ritka wasn't as fun as it is, then she could have unleashed vampires on us a week ago. If all she wanted was death.
I think she wanted to see what we would do.
But also, you showed her. You
And also
spotlit your way
possibly
out of
try
there.
to convince us.
She was trying to show you a beautiful future with a lavish party and what could await you in this mythical world where you're a vampire, but you held on to who you are and broke your way out. And if I had to guess, you probably didn't like that.
I think it's good that that's what she saw.
Mm-hmm. What she saw was your conviction holding strong.
Hopefully that's all she saw, and not the fact that I doubted Rust for a moment.
Look
Why
different.
did you doubt Russ?
Because he was dead, I was in a dream, and I was a vampire?
And he was a sea folk, apparently.
What?
That too?
Delway looks at Russ.
Russ's like little bird self is on the shoulder. Strange.
That must have been weird.
There are no Raiden and Karn, so I suppose you had to be something different.
They've all been murdered, and there are not that many of us in the first place.
Well, I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're all back. And let's not ever be in a state where I have to bring you back from anything.
You're very competent, and I'm sure you would do a very good job at it.
I didn't like it.
Well, you'll get used to it.
Well, hopefully Cecilia, who's been asleep through the whole thing, will be fully rested, and maybe she'll get the rest that I doubt the rest of us will get tonight.
I still don't like that she's not awake.
Was she awake in the dream? The way... Did you feel her there? The way you were?
No, not the way I felt like the shard was there.
Okay. Well, that's good.
I
At
didn't
least
interact
she
with
can
her
get pulled
though.
in.
Rika just
Huh?
has a look of concern on her face that was not there before this whole incident occurred. She just looks unhappy. But that's, I mean, it's to be expected to a certain extent. We should try to get back to sleep, I suppose. We don't want to be exhausted when we travel tomorrow.
Yeah. Ritka, why don't you try to sleep and I can start watch early.
Won't be able to sleep right now, so it is fine.
Okay.
Russ drops out of the psychic call. It seems like Russ, yeah. Sort of like...
So Russ drops out of the psychic call. Fedor and Dimitri just kind of nod and also drop out. Fedor will hand Ritka back her sword.
Thank you.
And he and Dimitri, again, making a point that they are unarmed in your company.
Mm-hmm. Except for when shit went down, yeah. Which, fair.
Mm-hmm.
Better they do than don't, yeah.
Delmay did not feel at all. Delmay was happy that your sword was
He had
picked
a
up.
sword, yeah.
Yeah, she's like, that's awesome. I guess now it's just the three of them on the call, right?
Yep.
Delmay, Ritka, and Bashard. I think Delmay will just softly say, was it weird to see him?
You're gonna have to be a little more specific. You're talking about Russ or the Lich King?
She's looking at Ritka. She means the Lich King.
Yes, I regret to say I couldn't look away. Sorry, Bashard. Should have followed you when you left.
Well, whatever that enchanted dream was, you weren't yourself. And I mean, that was, once again, Lady Talus's version of some future where you're back in Kern at your house serving the Lich King, and the some of us are there just happy about it. Like,
It was very strange, but it did feel so real and correct. Which made it all the stranger. But it was, I don't know how to describe it.
yeah, well, hey, at least I don't know, if the Lich King comes back and you see him again, it won't be the first time. You'll be ready next time. I don't know. I'm trying to find a bright light in this situation.
The sooner we get this sickness out of me,
Yes,
the
the
sooner
better.
we can turn the table on Lady Talus.
She can't bring back the Lich King without all the Knights of the Skull, apparently, and we have 3 of them here. So I know that was a future that could not be possible regardless, because if it were Dimitri and myself, would have to be absorbed, consumed, used as fodder for his return.
You said he was already back, if I remember correctly.
Did she say he was already back? Oh,
Yeah.
these other Knights of the Skull. That's my bad. Then I thought that was not the scenario yet. Well, fuck. Then Rika's not going to say that. She's going to be like,
What
Instead.
Fedor said is that he needed 7. Fedor was supposed to
7.
be number 7, and he said,
Go. Cool. That's
he
right.
and
That's right. Okay.
Dimitri basically
Somehow
broke
I
him out.
missed. Somehow I completely missed that.
Yeah, he's back.
I will
And better
update
than
my
ever.
notes accordingly. Then yeah, she'll just say like, Eric.
And here Delmay's just like, just in caseies.
Yes. Well, he is back apparently. That is a thing that I did not think would happen.
And while you all are recovering crisis.
Russ is waiting for him when he thinks that Vashard is no longer on the call before he makes a contact with him. So he's just like, that's why he's sitting there watching Vashard like a hawk. He's just kind of waiting
Yeah,
to see. what he thinks
Delmay
that
probably
they're done.
eventually
Well,
curls
you
up
watch
and goes
everyone
to
like a
sleep.
hawk, Ross.
That's true. I do. It's true.
Yeah, I'll like at some point, because I gather like it's still Ritka's watch.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You
Like,
should
it,
get
it
rest.
hasn't been like 4 or 5 hours.
Oh.
Yeah. So at some point when, everyone goes
Mhm.
their own way,
I think Rika would just
you could-
apologize once more before Bashir leaves the
it's
call. Okay.
not your fault. But yeah, you'll notice when Vashard drops out of the call.
Mm-hmm.
And the minute he does, Russ pings him.
Mm.
Vashard,
Russ.
2 things before we turn in. I know you've got watch next and got mine last. One, I want you to know I'm very proud of you. You were very strong, and resisting that was something that takes a lot of strength. And I just want you to know that I saw it, and I know you can beat this fang sickness. You beat Lady Talus and the Lich King right in their own home, and well, actually Ritka's home, but I know you can beat this. You proved it. And the second thing, I just noticed that everybody was brought into that dream except for our 2 guests.
Mm-hmm.
Think that's sort of interesting considering that they're
were
also
there.
recently. She didn't describe them in there.
But
She would have. Yeah, and Bashir knows that too.
And
I just-
Vashard
that
knows that they
escaped
were there
me.
too.
She would have said everybody here was minus Carnage. and Russ.
You must have just not seen them.
I noticed they weren't actually pulled in. They kept themselves on the outside here. I was pulled in. You were pulled in. Ritka was pulled in. Why do you think that was?
Well, it's one of two things for me. Either Lady Talus doesn't really know that they're still alive.
I think that's unlikely considering we had assassins come and attack us, including them. And whoever was leading that assassin group got away. I imagine the communication has been made.
Perhaps. But then again, the assassins could have been sent after us, and they just happened to be there.
Right, but I'm saying if I'm sent to assassinate you and I notice 2 missing Knights of the Skull, which pretty sure they know they're missing, I'd probably report back on that one. In that large aura, we didn't even see them. They were there. They made their way out. I can't imagine that they don't know that they're with us.
What's your theory then?
I don't know, but I noted that they stayed out here when we didn't. And I'm just noting it, that's all. And I wanted to bring it to your attention. There are guests, but I just wanted it noted.
I'll keep an eye out on them. I was doing that anyway. But...
I know you were. I just, I don't like it, that's all. No, we should both turn in. Anyway, how are you feeling?
Ready to sleep? Actual sleep? Not have anyone mess with my mind, or us be transported to a faraway time. I would just like to have a normal night. I'll start with that, and then if I can get that, I'll move on to the next.
So, yeah, I just keep an eye out. I feel like he probably couldn't pull in Cecilia because she was asleep. Let's hope it's just that. Delmay's probably protected by a god, so that seems different. But got some concerns.
Protected is a long shot, I feel.
Oh, well, she talked to one, so that's a lot. Well, so anyway, I'm proud to serve with you as always.
Thank you. I'm proud to have you by my side.
And,
I don't think I would have made it out of that dream had your sea persona not told me I could do it.
Well, I hope anytime you need me to tell you, I will, but I hope you won't need me to in the future because I want you to know that you can do it on your own.
Well.
Also, there's been a lot of kissing of other two-leggeds going on with you. What is that?
I think this is something that some very wise person, as one said, YOLO.
What is that? That's a Delmay thing. You know she's wrong, right?
You kind of live only once.
Well, that's not true. That's not true at all.
If I get reincarnated, I might not have the same memories.
Well,
thus,
no.
I would not be the same person.
Well, you're the same soul, and each life that you lead, if you lead it well, embracing your destiny and your star self, then you move one step closer to the eternal dance. So, I feel like you only live once can involve me like, oh, let's do sorcery. Don't do that. That's not going to be great. Don't embrace your shadow self, embrace your star self. And with each reincarnation, you step closer. Hey, you don't know. Maybe if you're lucky, your next reincarnation, you'll end up being Raiden.
Russ, I don't think there was any malice in what she said.
No, there never is. She's a good soul.
I don't think her living only once meant we should do sorcery.
No, of course not. I just meant that just remember, you don't just have one life. You have many lives.
Well, right now I might not.
I'm not going to let you be taken out of the wheel of rebirth. You're not going to turn into a vampire. That's not going to happen.
I really, really hope so. But until everything is said and done, I'm not going to say that it is.
Well, I'd like you to start saying it. Give you some confidence.
What confidence I have at the moment rests in knowing that we're only 5 days away from Aldis. And that barring any more weirdness, we get to Aldis fairly quickly. 6 days at most. Once we're in the city, there are healers, there are adepts. There are just Delmay's strange father. There's a lot of people that can help.
Shard, if you could, I'd like you to try to kick it before we get to Aldis City. I think that might be really important. And there's Russ says that with a kind of a slightly strange tone.
I don't think it's possible.
I think it is, and I want you to try. I'd like you to brew up some of that chicory, and you and me, before we go to sleep, I'd like us to try. I think when Cecilia wakes up, I'd like you to be better if we can. I think that's important for her to wake up and see you better.
I'm all for trying. The disease, like any other disease, has to sort of run its course.
Running its course is not a good idea. You
No,
kick
no,
that
no,
out of your
but-
body. You know what I'm saying.
Yes. I just don't think I can expel it as quickly as you'd like.
But I want you to try.
Believe me, I will try.
All right, then. So start making some chicory soup or whatever it is that you two-leggeds do.
I'm not going to drink coffee right before going to bed. I'm not Simon.
I don't know who this Simon is, but probably you should ask him some questions about, taking the YOLO with the chicory. That's what Delmay would say. We can meditate together once you have that chicory. Boost your metabolism.
If you don't mind, first going to get some sleep, then have my shift, then sleep some more, then chicory. How does that sound?
Kind of would have liked to have done it under the moon for Celine, but it's your choice.
I would love to, but the more tired I am, the less useful I am in the long run.
All right. Well, I'll wake you up early, so we'll do it before the rest of them wake up tomorrow. I'm on last shift.
Then do so before the moon sets.
I will. I'm going to bed.
Same. Good night, Russ.
Right.
And I think Vashard will just like crash.
Vashard, you will crash. Ritka is still awake and having a quiet conversation with Fedor and Dmitri as they're staying up to keep you up on shift. Delme is also going to sleep. You can just make out the soft sounds of Dmitri whispering into Ritka's ear, and I don't know what Ritka's reaction is to what he says.
It's just quiet laughter. Just quiet laughing.
And Fedor makes eye contact with you, Ritka, and just steps back and lets Dmitri kind of play. You know, there's this moment where he'll come around and give you that side shoulder hug on the other side from Dmitri.
Yeah.
To kind of like
return
squeeze
it.
you in between the two of them.
Yeah, she'll turn it, like, put the head on his shoulder real quick. You know?
And then Dmitri would turn and be like, you know, what if we start the orgy and then they just join?
Perhaps that is how we will celebrate if Rashad recovers from his fang sickness.
That would be a very... And the two of them kind of lean in and is like, you know, there's this eyebrow conversation, like,
Yes.
between the two of them is like, I mean, if you're willing to share, that's actually a lot of fun.
I think it's less a question if I'm willing to share, and more a question if they are willing to share. Gesture to Delma and Cecilia.
That's... Yeah, I guess that they might not share as well as you do.
I'm used to sharing.
Vashard, you have crashed hard. I need you to make me one last roll as you fall asleep tonight.
And Ritka's definitely sitting. She's sitting so that she's constantly in like physical contact with Dmitri. Just
He's kind of
as
got
a
his
comfort.
arms draped around your shoulder and hasn't taken it off. And occasions he'll just be like making pointless commentary that's entirely off color jokes that you know are... He wouldn't back down if it was actually offered, but he isn't actually expecting it to ever be offered because this is just to make you... to distract you.
Make me feel better. Yeah. She appreciates it.
And Vashard, I need you to make one last roll tonight.
Which one?
I need you to make a willpower faith.
16.
Yes, because you did light yourself up in bright glowiness.
No. It's because it never puts in my
the
my
faith.
focus.
Oh, yeah. And then add
yeah,
the other
I
two, so
actually have a
18.
focus. Yeah.
So 18.
And you get a bonus from me because I'm inspiring.
You're
it-
asleep.
You're asleep.
It doesn't matter if I'm asleep.
Oh, okay.
I just need to know that you're there.
I have to be you. I have to be within. You have to be able to see me.
Nice.
Well,
Okay.
actually, when I'm asleep, it's when you're defending me from harm. If I'm not asleep,
Oh,
then-
okay.
Yeah, I was like, it doesn't work when...
if I'm unconscious, it does work, but only when you're defending me.
Yeah, I was like, there was something about it that didn't work, but yes. But otherwise, yes, it would be. With an 18, however, a very good roll. Vashard, you feel for a moment as you start to drift off, you know, that feeling of when a dream is just lurking right around the corner from when you woke up and you're going to go back to sleep and it might come back. But you feel the dream drift away, and the sense of peace it had drift away. And you just smell the slightest hint of Delmay's perfume. The overwhelming scent of ink and vellum that comes from Cecilia. Ritka, you hear the sound of her kind of laughing, slightly forced, not quite hysterical, but definitely strained at what Dimitri is saying. You hear the soft sound of Russ nearby. And for the first time since Lady Talus bit you, you can sleep and recover. And because you managed to force yourself out of the friggin' dream, you're gonna step down 1 point on your fang sickness.
Yay!
And that's where we're going to end for tonight.
Yay! Well, not the ending, the lowering of the fang sickness. Woo!
Yay! Woo!
I mean, we went really over, guys. I'm sorry. We got kind of into it,
It
but
happens. You know, we were really into it.
how we all doing? We doing okay? We feeling all right?
Good.
I feel great.
Yeah.
Ritka doesn't. I feel great.
I feel great. Delmay does not feel great.
Why doesn't Delmay feel great?
She really didn't like being unable to help all of her friends while they were out.
Yeah.
I mean, there were 4 out, if you count Cecilia, at the same time. That was
Yeah.
not a position she enjoyed or wants to ever be in again. That, like, she
Yeah.
just, no. Didn't like that, not a little bit.
Russ understands that.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I mean, but I'm fine. I had a great time. I thought the dream was cool.
Well, I'm glad you all
Bye.
enjoyed it. But why don't we go around, say where everybody's going on, what's happening, and then I'll do my spiel at the end. So why don't we go in the same order we started in? Hi, Lysander, we're just closing out. It'll be a really good VOD for you to check out tonight. It's all good, all good. So why don't we start with Pooja, and share some love for tonight, because there was so much happening tonight.
There was so much happening. Hey, everybody, I'm Pooja. You can find me on Twitter at Pooja and at Pujabberwocky on Instagram and on Twitch. And tonight, I had big love for everybody, but I think my big love has to go to the lovely Prax for that completely unexpected and like beautiful dream sequence. Like it was, I would not have in a million years expected that to come out of there, especially when they just on the tail end of time travel shenanigans. So that was particularly awesome, and I really liked watching the challenge that it put in front of Vishard. And it was, I don't know, it's really cool when characters who are mostly physical have to brain their way out of a situation and vice versa. So that was a really fun thing
Thank
to
you.
watch at the table. But as for where you can find me, this upcoming Tuesday, you can find me on Flights of Fandom on Manipot Studios channel, where we'll be playing the last episode of our Batman hench people flight. I play Manny Quinn, the spouse of Harley Quinn, and lots of chaos will ensue. And then on Thursday, you can find me over on The Wandering DM, where Simon leads us through an awesome game of superhero comic book making with lots of chat interaction and the fun ability to change the course of what's going on screen. So that's also super fun, and you can find links and times for all of the shows on my Twitter bio. And of course, I'll be here next Sunday. Back to see what this motley crew gets up to.
Lots of things for this crew to get up to. Lots and lots and lots of things to get up to. Also, by the way, if you haven't checked out Sentinels of the Multiverse, game that Simon's running. The joke is how much danger is Godless Lawyer in, and how soon is he going to have to need to get rescued? That is the question. Hey, Trooper, how you doing?
I am doing very well. I'm Trooper SJP, and you can find me. What is it? Today's Sunday, right? You can find me Wednesday on this channel for The Witcher, Witcher Road's Home at 7:30, 7:45, 8 p.m. And Friday, City of Light and Shadow, 7 p.m. at my channel. And then back here on Sunday, 4 p.m. Table Story for Faint Dawn, and then 8 p.m. here for more Blue Rose. And I'm going to give my love, to Lindy. I'm going to give my love to Lindy for her panic at the disco. At the ball, is what I meant. Like it was like this. It was a very like subtle work, but it was very, very well done. I loved her panic, and also her old friend chattering with Dimitri, which is just like gold. It's gold. That's my love. Also, hey Delmay, you watched over us when we were unconscious, so.
Oh, she loves y'all.
And then, hey, Lindy, how are you?
Hi, I'm fine. I'm doing great. Rick is having an internal meltdown right now, and it's fine. It's all fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. So, love for tonight. I loved Delmay interacting with the bartering for goods guy. I thought that was awesome. I loved just that whole scene of them just going to get supplies as the Sovereign's finest and be like, I don't know anything of a wyvern invasion. That's crazy. And him being like, wait, do I actually need to be concerned? And just, no, it's fine. Don't worry about it. It's not an invasion. Don't worry about it. I just loved it. Just Delmay's great. I also I really liked Prax's NPCs, between, the ball, which was awesome, and then, our good farmer lad Devram, and then Fedor and Dimitri, they got a little bit more in today, which was awesome, and because Ritka's known them like 10 to 20 times longer than she's known this group, and so, like, those were her two people that she was like, okay, we can bend a few of the rules here in Kern, but just with you two, and that's it. And that was her like buddy squad. It was her and these two. So yeah, I thought that was really great. And let's see, yeah, that's just so much love. Loved the ballroom scene and the music. Tchaikovsky. It's in my heart. I love it. Just amazing. You can find me online at LaughLoveLindy, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, etc. You can find me tomorrow and Tuesday night on my channel for some Dungeons and the Dragons, and then back here Wednesday for Witcher, and then Friday for City of Light and Shadow with Trooper, and then back here again on Sunday for Blue Rose.
And last but never least, hey Simon, thank you. How you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm going to shout out Sea Person Russ. But also Russ as a bird afterwards. I know he's trying. And that's okay. Because he's succeeding. But after what happened on Wednesday, because you can find me on Wednesdays here playing The Witcher. I mean, isn't that just like a mirror situation of like our Wednesday dynamic?
I mean, the difference is that Russ is like, I don't know why you're kissing everybody. And Yanto's like, you should kiss more people, like my sister. Like, I feel like it's sort of the opposite.
No, that's true.
Both of my characters have internal panic. It's fine.
But the cheerleader, reverse cheerleader. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, otherwise, this Wednesday I'll be missing like part of the Witcher stream because I'll be over on Cyberpunk Uncensored to play an angry ex-cop for a couple hours, and then I'll be back here. On Thursday, we have Sentinels of the Multiverse at 8:30 p.m. Pooja already talked about it. And then on Saturday, we have Scion, Birth of the New Gods, which is a mythic storytelling type of game in which we introduced a character this Saturday which can only be described as Dick Gnome, which, by the way, is an actual being in Gaulish mythology. It's basically the inspiration for the Smurfs.
Huh.
But they're called Genie Calacuta or something like that. Anyway, they look like, yeah. It was super fun to describe, and he's a tiny little asshole. And we'll be back on Saturday at 1 p.m. Eastern. And yeah, that's it. Wow, it's rare that I don't have to shout out like 500 streams.
Yep. Yep.
Thank you, everyone.
Hold, please.
Sorry, I broke Prax a little bit. It's my fault.
I'm okay. I'm okay. So, I should warn you that something that happens when Lindy and I play together is we share messages about what goes through our brains at random times. And sometimes those messages are, well, when one of us is the DM, it's a little harder, because, like, when I'm the DM, I have to keep my face straight more often. But, you know what? It's after the game. I don't have to do that anymore. But yes, check out Simon and the Scion game, and, yes. Yeah.
It's Trooper's fault. He said a thing.
It's Trooper's fault. He said a thing, and therefore Lindy had to respond with a thing. It's entirely
What did I
it's
say?
Trooper's fault.
I'll share with the class. You said it's like cheerleader, reverse cheerleader, and I was like, is cheerleader and reverse cheerleader like cowgirl and reverse cowgirl?
That's exactly what I thought.
But it's a little different because there's more aerials. I feel like there's it's a lot more gymnastics.
Yeah.
involved. You have to be very limber.
I couldn't
a lot of
keep that thought
gymnastics.
to myself, and I had to share.
Yes, you did. You did have to share, and that's what pops
You're
up in my
welcome.
chat screen right in front of me, and I'm like, okay.
But there are lifts involved for like cheerleader and reverse cheerleader.
That makes
Okay,
sense.
so we're okay. Anyways, yeah. You know, it's the description of whatchamacallit in Chicago. The dance number. The
All That
two
Jazz?
Sisters. It's
Oh no, the double eagle.
the
Yeah,
double eagle. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, dude. Okay.
Yeah, it's
The flips. Yeah.
yeah, it's
And on
No,
that
I'm sorry.
note,
The spread
Sorry,
eagle.
but I'm not sorry.
It was
the
Anyways.
spread eagle.
Yeah.
It's even better.
spread eagle. Yeah. Anyways, moving on. Hi all, you know me. I'm at Dirtwell on Twitter or Praxgorthesmia4. You see me around here on Twitch. This is Sunday night, so you had some Romance of the Blue Rose. We're gonna come back with Romance of the Blue Rose next Sunday. And Wednesday, probably closer to 8 o'clock this week, just because of the way things worked out and timing of things that happened last week. We'll have Wisher Roads Home. We'll get a Simon at some point during the game. We'll get a people will be stopping by. It's Witcher. I just assume that people will show up. There will be multiple scenes. I will get to emotionally torture, encourage my players in various manners.
So nice.
Isn't it? And oh hey, I guess I should announce the thing. Should I announce the thing, Lindy?
Do it, yes. Announce it, because it's soon. It's
It
really
is
soon.
It is really soon.
It's like
since
less than 2 weeks.
So since I don't have any more Cyberpunk Red because we ended that campaign on Friday, and you should go watch the VODs over on Simon's YouTube channel, because proof positive that fuck it, Trins will always be a disaster chaos child that she is. Look, she wanted to build a rocket to space.
Okay.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Do it.
To hunt down a guy and smack him repeatedly. But you should go look those VODs up. It was great. 21 months. It was emotional. Go check those out. But because I don't have any cyberpunk red in my life, I feel like there's a dearth of Artelsorian. I need more Artelsorian. I have a problem, I understand. So the first of our solo episodes for the interseason for Mechton will be Friday, September 3rd, here on this channel at 3 p.m. Eastern. And we're going to start with Lindy and Aurelia and see what Aurelia gets up to in the 6 months between season 1 and season 2.
Ooh.
Nice.
So come hang out. I'll post more about that when we go live. Also, thank you all. I know I see you all over on YouTube. I see you here. I appreciate each and every one of you and every comment that ends up happening. But until next time, everybody, have a good one. Bye-bye.